This is the third conference we've done with them, and it's always an enormous pleasure to work with them. So huge thanks to all of the team, especially Sarah, Shreya, and Sheena. That's almost a tongue twister in itself, but a big thanks to all of you for your help in putting this together. Was there anything else I want to say? I don't think so. Maybe I can introduce Gilane Tawadros, the curator of Ingrid's exhibition, who did such an extraordinary job in helping us to articulate and shape this project. Gilane's had such a massive impact on so many important artists' careers, so it's been a real honour to work with you as well, Gilane. Would you like to come up and introduce the first session this morning? Thank you very much. Enjoy.
Yeah. Whichever side you'd like, left or right. Take your position. Hello, everybody. Oh, I better take this mask off.
I can move away from you.
Not too far. Hello, everyone, and welcome. Thank you, Anthony, for that lovely introduction. And it's been really joyous to have the opportunity to work with Ingrid on the exhibition, and even more joyous to learn of Ingrid's nomination for the Turner Prize. It's been a long time coming, but so well deserved and important. And it's wonderful to have the opportunity today just to think more deeply together about Ingrid's practice and some of the really important and resonant ideas that emerge from that practice. So I'm delighted to welcome, on my left, Ifekoya, who's a London-based artist, educator, and energy worker, who through sound, text, video, and performance places demands on existing systems and institutions of power to recenter and prioritize the experience and voice of those previously marginalized. Evan's practice considers art as a site where resources can be both redistributed and renegotiated, whilst challenging the implicit rules and hierarchies of public and social space. Through archival and sonic investigations, Evan speculates on blackness in abundance, and their ongoing investigation considers the somatic experience of listening, the healing potential of sound, and spiritual ecologies. And Evan just had a major exhibition in Zurich at the Micros Museum called Resonant Frequencies, which I think you're going to be referencing shortly in your talk.
Yeah, I will be.
And on my right is Richard Hylton, who I actually haven't seen until today, but for many years, so it's wonderful to see you again, Richard. Richard's an exhibition organizer, curator, writer, and artist, and since the early 1990s, he's organized a significant number of exhibitions involving a wide range of practitioners, including Eugene Palmer, Barbara Walker, Ruth McLennan, Matthew Holding, and Alicia Paz. He's also edited a variety of publications, including The Best Jeanette Paris, Doublethink, The Art of Donald Rodney, and The Holy Bible, Old Testament. No, not that Holy Bible, an artist book by David Hammonds, which he co-produced with Virginia Namarco. And in 2001, and very relevant to today's conversation, he devised the exhibition Landscape Trauma in the Age of Scopophilia, which featured new commissions, including Ingrid Pollard's Landscape Traumas. And Richard is currently lecturing contemporary art at SOAS at the University of London. That's enough from me. I'm going to hand over first to Evan.
Should we sit back?
Yes, we'll sit back. Okay. And then we'll come back together for a conversation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, hi. Hello. Yeah, I'm really happy to be here and to be, contributing a little something to this conversation in honor of the illustrious and imitable Ingrid Pollard. Yeah, I do know that the sound wasn't working before, but hopefully by the gift of, the heavens, it will be now. Aha. Yes, it is. Yeah, and so I will preface this talk by saying, what I'm sharing today is very much a work in progress, but something that I intend or aim to kind of turn into maybe a longer form performative text. And so something I've been exploring for a little bit now is operating and thinking through a pseudonym, which I call Oceanic Sage. And I see it as an orientation and a perspective through which to kind of experience and talk and think through the kind of the multidimensional nature of our existence. And by that I mean to kind of think about and with the body, the mind, and the spirit as intertwined, and think about that in relation to being with and making art. And as part of that, I very much prioritize lived experience and think about how lived experience informs the work. And it's a position that is very much intimate with its subject matter and at times effusive in its approach, which, now I think about in relation to the introduction. I'm like, okay, I'm in good company here, the emotional and the sensorial. And, previously Oceanic Sage has been a way and a name that I use specifically in relation to the spiritual space holding practice that I have, which kind of exists outside, but, alongside my creative practice. And it's also been a way of writing with and about water. And actually a text forthcoming, Oceanic Feeling Oceanic, Notes on Resonant Waves and Oceanic Sage, will be appearing in a book called Practicing the Planetary, which will soon be published by Arts Catalyst. And so now I want to widen the scope of that kind of ongoing investigation by incorporating other elementals as part of this kind of alchemical process, I would call it, that I'm concerned with, which kind of thinks about and considers the expansion of consciousness and how we might kind of cultivate and develop a relationship with our inner life. And so it's a position that kind of explores the meditative and the reparative. So thinking about how, art can also kind of contribute to this idea of repair. It's intuitive and, it considers the intuitive and the intangible, but alongside and, without hierarchy, alongside the scientific and the measurable. And again, a reminder that we are not just body and mind, but also spirit. And anything, instructional, pedagogical that comes up is purely an invitation. Take what resonates and leave the rest. And so spiral time. Ooh, okay, I won't do that again. So an emanating spiral is the constant. The refrain, the pause, and the meditative moment. The spiral goes back to a time in history when humans were more connected to the earth, to the cycles and spirals of nature. A time when humans were less identified with thoughts. The spiral is what we perceive to be the torque of the universe. Torque as in Torque. Prana, or creative force, swirls akasha into the continuum of solid forms. Found at all levels between the macrocosm and the microcosm, from spiral galaxies to weather systems, to the water in your bathtub, to your DNA, to the direct experience of your own energy. The primordial spiral is not just an idea, but rather that which makes all conditions and ideas possible. And some of that came from the documentary Inner Worlds, Outer Worlds. Yes. Okay. Okay, so two different types of spirals can be seen in the diagram pictured on the left, figure 6 point something, can't see it from here. And it's the logarithmic spiral, the spiral at the bottom there, that which I later came to know the name of, that has become a subject of inquiry for me. You know, because the logarithmic spiral, kind of distinct from the Archimedes spiral, is a spiral which has the potential to be infinite and endless. And a logarithmic spiral can be found in, to quote African Fractals, Modern Computing, the book that these diagrams come from, every branch of the evolutionary tree. Snail and nautilus shells, the horns of rams and antelope, algae, pine cones and sunflowers, and even anatomical parts of the human ear and heart, and I would also add the coils of afro hair. So yeah, these can be found in everything that we know and understand as nature. And many researchers have speculated on why this is so. Their answer is typically that living systems need to keep the same proportions as they grow. And so a scaling curve allows the same form to be maintained. Well, actually, that is the kind of the more symmetrical Archimedes spiral. And then logarithmic spirals, on the other hand, can also be found in fluid turbulence. We become aware of this when we watch a hurricane from space, as in the previous slide, or simply admiring the swirls of water along a riverbank. The artists of what is now known as Ghana, particularly those of the Akan Society, who came up with a system that we know as a Dinkra, which actually do feature in Ingrid's work in the Toile. I was, kind of happy to see today. Long ago abstracted the logarithmic spiral for precisely these two categories. Their symbols for the life force are clearly related to the curves of life, and the icon of Tanu, the river god, show the logarithmic swirls of turbulence. So in the diagram on the right, you can kind of see how, in the middle, we have the spiral, and either side of that is order and disorder. And the river, and the icon for the river god, Tanu, can be seen in the middle, the top part, just under the scale, which further demonstrates the cultural and spiritual significance of the spiral as it fractals from various different African cosmologies, from Ghana to Nigeria to Mali, each distinct but nevertheless interconnected. And with this scale from order to disorder, we can see how complexity and chaos are fundamental to African knowledge systems. There is a recognition of the useful tension between equilibrium and disequilibrium, of infinity and chaos, self-reproduction and disruption, order and destruction. The negative-positive feedback loop of these belief systems is evident. And we can kind of see on the right here these references to particular trickster gods, which are again common across various West African belief systems. In the middle, Eshu, otherwise known as Legba, the trickster god, who's very much the god of the crossroads, who often, in a lot of the mythology, kind of provides people with, an opportunity to kind of really either take what might be perceived as the wrong or the right road, and as a result, either chaos or order can ensue. And, somewhere between the temporal, the mythical, and the eternal is change and transformation. And across space and time, the unborn, the living, and the ancestors are constantly in dialogue. And this is what I kind of think of as the constant of spiral time. Okay. So A past life regression session in 2020 brought into my awareness the temple of my mind. In the temple of my mind, there are many staircases and many levels of elevation, balconies and observation points. I know this for sure because I've been there many times. Stepped and ramped structures of red clay and sand, pedestals, lookout points and spaces for communion, made from the earth that my ancestors walked on. In this temple, I see myself as bare feet walking across and up the many elevations. To paraphrase Sobonfu Some in the documentary Ancestral Voices, Spirit is Eternal, the mineral element is represented by stone. So that's bones, metals, gems, and all those good things that we always are attracted to about community. It's about creativity, being able to bring the hidden into the seen world. And so it is the home of artists, and thanks to mineral that we can network together. Mineral is essentially the home of the griot, the storyteller, the depositor of the story who can remember stories from time immemorial. And so just like the earth records our stories, our bones record in the same way in our body structure. The bones in our body record any events in our present or past lives. So echoes of those red clay and sand formed into rock structures can be seen in the photographs here, which is some detailed documentation from my most recent exhibition, Resonant Frequencies. The two images show the tessella of forms that become seats and a table, which can be positioned into a circle or a spiral, depending on how many units are placed together. Still objects, but the potential for movement is always available. Put a note to myself to breathe here, so. A fantasy of mine is complete submission, total surrender, and the relinquishing of control. A space to occupy a plane of reality quite different from my day-to-day existence. The play space, or dark room, is an anchor point to submission and release, a site for exploring fears within and across cultural dynamics, with an agreement to endeavour to do so as safely as possible. Layered intimacies can build up something that transcends the limit of what was thought to be manageable. The cavernous space of opening enables a truth to be seen more clearly, a part of myself I'm still yet to meet, in the depths of my shadow self. I let the light shine through. You are the mirror that reflects. I am without shame. I am shameless. Receive, release, surrender. Submission is a territory you can occupy. Gasp for air. Life, an eternal play. Submission is a territory you can occupy. There is a mastery to be found in submission. Makes the body an offering of devotion. And here we see sheets of rubber suspended from a black plastic pipe with metal wire structure attached to the ceiling. This structure is called the undulation. Another structure that is within the exhibition, Resonant Frequencies. Cool rubber wraps across scorched skin, remembering something Joaquin said. The more cuts in a diamond, the more it reflects. And I just added this actually, it's something in Ingrid's show. Your body is a home to rare gods. I kneel at their temple. I'm blown to bits, gentle, ferocious. So yeah, at some point, last year or the year before, as I was kind of, starting to think about the journey into this work, I got into a practice of drawing spirals, which then expanded into a practice of painting them onto gourds, which later became instruments. The movement with the pen or the brush allowed me to journey somewhere unknown as I searched for what I had not yet found. It was a time of spiraling in all senses of the word, shedding former selves and limiting beliefs. Chaos and disorder ensued until a new equilibrium was reached. The sound of a rattle shaking can be heard 21 times. A rhythmic medicine, a sound tonic in which a space can be cleared. So here we have a few more details from resonant frequencies. A rubber pellet drum with cowrie shells and a found tree branch, a configuration of gourds. These forms, some might say instruments, make reference to ritual and ceremony. Evocative of the body, they long to be handled. Static things in motion are precariously displayed. Have they been stuck into these rock-like forms, or are they growing from them? Almost alive, definitely playful, succumbing to gravity, yet defying it at the same time. Discarded materials to some, unimportant to others, are elevated in value and significance. Here, art could be seen as a practice of devotion. Devotional practices as in sustained and having a committed engagement to a particular line of investigation whilst maintaining a lightness of heart. Okay, and then I'm gonna quote myself. To go back to Sylvia Wynter, it's actually in an interview I did about the show. To go back to Sylvia Wynter, she says so many things in Black Metamorphosis that deeply resonate with my work. For example, how ritual and ceremony provided enslaved Africans with a means of communication and a sense of hope and belief amongst turmoil and oppression. As somebody who occupies spiritual spaces often, there is this issue of spiritual bypassing where to see yourself as enlightened and connected to the universe means to completely ignore the material realities of what it is to be a raced or gendered subject. How does one account for all of these things? Sylvia is somebody who definitely seems to be grappling with that. She also speaks specifically about the role of rhythm and the drum, talking about the drum as an enabling mechanism of consciousness reversal. To me, the drum in shamanic and West African practices supports us in accessing a trance state, a more meditative state, what we might call a theta brainwave state. This liminal space between dreaming and being fully conscious. Wynter then talks about how rhythm patterns the universal life force, so she understands the cosmic in sound, the role it plays in us, connecting us with our multidimensionality. And finally, in another point in the book, she talks about how the senses become theoreticians. That sums it up in the way. The senses are how we know. Okay, there was supposed to be some sound, but it's not going to play. So, yes, sunbursts appear. Sunbursts appear in dark disguises, bringing to fore the strange truth of eternal myth. It is the sound truth, music sound, and there is always music. The music always is whatever is. Always whatever is the music is, the sound pure, the sound symmetry, equational values, vibrational differentiations, rhythms, harmonies, thought moods, patterns, silences that speak. Cohesive points, bridges, connect opposites. There is black sound, the code, projection sensitivity, force, reach, decision, perpendicular spirals, galaxies, planets, Earth, man and his world, and the other world of man, comprehension response to the world of angels. And that sunburst appear by Sun Ra. From the book, The Immeasurable Equation. And actually somewhere in the book, like there's a few essays in the book as well, and I'm just going to read a little quote by James L. Wolfe. For Ra, the spiral is much more than just a symbol of divinity, musical or otherwise. It is a trajectory. It goes somewhere else. It is a symbol of the path towards alterity, of arising beyond the limitations of the earthly sphere, towards the genuinely unknown. The spiral, rising in degrees, mimicking the shape of the circle, but adding another dimension. How am I doing for time? Am I doing all right? I've got loads of time. Like 20 minutes or 10 minutes? 15 to 20. Okay, all right. Because I have a musical interlude, but I was going to skip it if I didn't have time. Oh, it didn't play. Let me try that again. Oh, yeah. Can we turn it up a bit? and the next I'm going to go into another sound piece, but this is it's an extract from a work that well, it's a Black Obsidian work, Black Obsidian Sound System, a group that I work with. It's a piece that I made with another member of the collective, Cora. I'm just going to play I think the first 3 or 4 minutes of it. If it will play. Oh yeah, there we go.
Black obsidian in the pocket closest to my heart. I am protected. I place the smooth volcanic rock in the palm of my hand. A black angel stands in a nocturnal graveyard, looking on. Black obsidian. Become aware of your breathing. Notice the influx of air through your nostrils. Allow your belly to expand. Hold for the count of 1, 2, 3. Feel your stomach contract as you breathe out through your mouth. 1, 2, 3. Acknowledge any anger, pain, or suffering you might feel. I gaze into the glossy surface of the stone just long enough to reveal the source of my distress. Black obsidian. Transitions, no matter the context, are a political moment. A chance to detach from weighted positions. A chance to be moved.
Black obsidian is a smooth volcanic rock formed by the quick heating and cooling of lava. It is known as a stone of truth, of protection, of security, and for cultivating a feeling of stability from within. Black obsidian repels negative energy and discordant vibrations. It amplifies and transmits high frequencies and demonstrates the appearance of light within darkness. Yes, and so here is a couple of photos from a recent trip I took with our Hannah over there to the Emeritus grotto while I was in Zurich as part of this show. And, you know, funnily enough, I actually, you know, this visit happened after the show had opened, but somehow I already kind of could sense and feel the impact it had on the work, and, you know, the contribution it made to the work was no less significant, which I think, you know, for me is another way of thinking about how time is not linear. It really isn't, you know, a version of me had already been there and already knew what it would mean to be there. And, you know, compelled to touch the surface of the grotto, its, you know, vibratory impulse left me with a feeling of renewal, charged even, and I'm still reveling in that energy, the energy of this sacred site and the portal that it opened up. And you know, you can see in the plan on the left there, it kind of maps out the different areas of the site. And I think what I you know, really like, and actually didn't look at it till after, but it kind of also points out some areas of particularly you know, particular kind of energetic significance, which I think actually were the areas, that we were drawn to, you know, which again is really wild. And you know, there are a lot of resonances for me with this site, you know, with Emeritus's work in general, and the space, you know, it needed no illumination, you know, for the path that it laid out for me to become more clear. And actually this this material, I, which is the name that Emeritus gave to the grotto, which was a former Roman quarry. So I means without limitation in Greek, and actually this rock, this stone is it's now you know, available to buy, and actually I did buy a box, and I put it in the bath, and you know, it definitely does soothe the aching muscles. And actually this powder has you know, it's approved by the Swiss medic agency, and it's sold in chemists and pharmacies. Oh, okay, I'm coming to the end. So this is a drawing that I did. I guess a kind of, you know, a score, a little map. You know, as I was preparing for resonant frequencies, I was beginning to you know, map the flow of energy and movement in the space. And, you know, at this point, I'd only actually visited the gallery once, but I was beginning to imagine the journey that might take place with the work. You know, there was no physical work at that point, well, you know, other than the stuff that was in the studio. But, you know, I was beginning to kind of put words to the interactions between the visitor, materials and objects, and, you know, the dialogue that might be created with that movement of energy. And, you know, this kind of thinking about this flow and this journey is a very crucial part of the process for me. And, you know, I think, you know, she might use different words for it, but I can tell Ingrid thinks about that too, for sure. Not of agreement there. And you know, also taking long walks for me is also a way of, you know, thinking and feeling into that flow of energy as it might move through a space. And, you know, something that comes to mind for me is the route that I regularly take around my house, you know, along the canal, across its bridges, the small and the larger hills, and even sometimes the trampoline that I meet along the way, all provide me with a way of orienting and new perspectives. And this embodied experience is a primary material for me, and the practices and habits that I regularly engage in are the building blocks for the structural interventions that become the work. And, you know, through the embodied and the deeply felt, the hidden can be brought into the seen world, and devotional in that it's a sustained and committed engagement with a particular line of engagement whilst maintaining a lightness of heart. And yeah, an embodied devotion that I believe is clearly echoed in the work of our dear Ingrid Pollard. Thank you.
That was fantastic. Thank you.
It's great to be here. I should just say a few words of thanks first to Anthony and Sheena for inviting me to do this talk. Very fortuitously, I'd actually planned to come and see the show last week, and when the invitation came, it was good for me, an opportunity to see this work of Ingrid's, and thank you to Sheena as well for all her great work putting this together. As requested today, for this show, I hope to explore some ideas and some thoughts which dialogue with Ingrid's fabulous show, and so congratulations on this great show. Congratulations to Gilane too. Where's Gilane gone? Oh, there you are. It really is wonderful to see so much of this work that I haven't seen either for a very long time or not at all, or things that I've got a book of but I've never seen the actual work. So it's wonderful, and I've only just seen a little bit of it now, so I look forward to seeing it for the rest of the day. But I also hopefully will converse with the exhibition conference today with the various themes pertaining to art, movement, the body, and so forth. The title of this session, going backwards, aren't I?
I'm feeling it there, the other way, go forward.
Forward is, there we go. So the title of this session, Deep Time Art Writing History, invites a certain retrospection. Therefore, revisiting the exhibition landscape trauma in the age of scopophilia. Let me just put my timer on so I don't overrun. Sorry about that. Oops. Stopwatch, there we go. So this session, to me, invites some sort of retrospection, and the exhibition that Ingrid participated in, Landscape Trauma in the Age of Scopophilia, in 2001, seemed like an appropriate starting point. But such a starting point also merits some wider context, social and cultural, which I'll get to shortly. The title of this short presentation comes from thinking about how hostility manifests itself in multiple ways: physical, economic, political, racial, ecological. Today, I'm interested in briefly discussing how artists using photography-related materials offer ways for approaching fractious environments that we inhabit, I should say. But first, in the spirit of deep time, a short recollection. I've followed. Oops, I've done it again. Right, I'll get there soon. I've followed Ingrid's work for a very long time. I can still recount, and she probably now has erased it from her mind or forgotten, perhaps, I don't know, when I first met her in North London in 1989, you have forgotten, haven't you? That's fine. When I was a student studying fine art at Exeter College of Art and Design, and she agreed to talk to me, have a conversation, interview for my undergraduate dissertation. And so the resulting thesis title was Pastoral Interludes, the Notion of Britishness. Although my memory is sketchy, I must have first come across Pastoral Interludes when it was shown in the touring exhibition DACS. Let me see. Which also included, so this is the cover of the catalogue, so it's great to get some of this material out of and dust it off and scan it. So I've scanned it like this so you can actually see how the actual catalogue is, and it's actually got a sticker on the back. I bought it in the Black Art Gallery bookshop. Anyway, so this exhibition included the work of David A. Bailey, Mark Booth, Gilbert John, David Lewis, Zach Ove, of course, Ingrid, and Susan Rondon, who was also the work on the front cover. The exhibition actually originated from another project called the Black Photographers Group that involved, or originally was organised by Eddie Chambers as an organiser, and also the late Brenda Agard, photographer. Anyway, so having moved from London, where I was born and raised, to Exeter as a 20-year-old, was a bit of a culture shock in 1987 for me. Although I was excited at being so close to the countryside, never before on the seaside, my seemingly singular presence and existence, it made me feel kind of conspicuous. Studying fine art photography or photography on a fine art course perhaps drew me towards Pastoral Interlude too. Needless to say, having met Ingrid at this time and been very excited by her work and the influence it had on me, my dissertation and my practice, that I actually ventured from Exeter all the way up to Newcastle to see this exhibition that happened in 1990 at the Lang Art Gallery. And the exhibition involved Ingrid, of course, David Bailey again, David Fox and Tony Roberts, John Fraser. And the catalogue says, and it featured images of contemporary lived experiences, images drawn from landscape of the 20th century, urban and rural Britain, works which looked at the land, environment and spaces they occupy on the map that is presently England. Some 10 years later, when I began working at Autograph, I was interested in returning to the landscape as a means for exploring questions and questioning the nature of representation, visibility, individuality through photographic-based imagery, but not necessarily photography per se. So during the 1990s and into the early 2000s, photography itself had kind of entered into the mainstream in a way, and in many respects, the photography gallery, particularly those with community or educative leanings, such as Cambridge darkrooms and camera work, were either gone or certainly moribund. So this is an early magazine journal that camera work produced in the early 80s. And this is one of the ones I have, but not for Autograph. Autograph was, in many respects, in a kind of ascendancy. So it prompted me to really think about work outside of documentary and portraiture genres, but still, I intended to ask questions about looking and representation. But before Landscape Trauma came on, it seemed as if I was always avoiding representation. So this is a book that came out before Landscape Trauma, and it was kind of counterintuitive, and it was an artist book by Mohini Chandra, in which it came from an installation that she produced of 100 images of kind of studio photographs of her family, Fijian Indian heritage, and where she actually showed the reverse of the images, so we don't see the family. And as the press material at the time said, it was a collection that seeks to reunite the globally dispersed family, but also resists revealing the personal world, but also our reliance on photography as truth. But also at this time, I was also actually doing a master's in history of art, and I was very interested in the work of the American feminist Peggy Phelan and her book Unmarked, and particularly her talk about her discussions or thinking around representation, visibility, and where she says there is real power in remaining unmarked, and there are serious limitations to the visual representation as a political goal. And she also adds, visibility is a trap. It summons surveillance and the law. It provokes voyeurism, fetishism, the colonial imperial appetite for possession. Yet it retains a political appeal. So with this in mind, I devised the exhibition Landscape Trauma in the Age of Scopophilia. The exhibition included 4 women artists, Henna Nadim, Annabelle Howland, Camilla Sposati, who was actually a student at the time, who was just completing the course at Goldsmiths, and of course Ingrid. And there was also the search, the humorously named the Search for Terrestrial Intelligence Consortium. That was made up of Mike Phillips, Jeff Cox, and Chris Speed, who were all based at the University of Plymouth. In fact, they were my former tutors, 2 of them were. Save for Society, the participants were all commissioned to produce new works for this show. But before I just talk briefly about the actual works in the exhibition, I just want to say a bit about the show. So in the catalogue, I open the introduction by saying, and I quote, "Why show on landscape? What could be so traumatic about the landscape? Over the past year, significant climatic changes have brought unprecedented rainfalls and floods, causing national rail disruption, bringing Britain to a virtual standstill. Furthermore, the countryside has been experiencing a seemingly never-ending industrial and agricultural crisis typified by the spread of disease through livestock. Cities across Britain have been caught in ever-spiralling rise in the cost of living, symbolised by the insatiable drive for redevelopment and gentrification. Arguably, globalisation is the backdrop, if not the cause, of many of these ills. This has produced a climate of uncertainty across the ecological, political, economic and cultural terrain. Arguments of the autonomy of the countryside continue to simmer, whilst the growth of brownfield sites is measured by the proportionate decline in greenfield sites. Internationally, the right to own and roam is questioned, as in the violent farmland disputes in Zimbabwe." All of this is part of my answer to my initial question. So that was in the initial introduction, and I'll come back to that later on. The show approached landscape in broad terms, but uniformly as space vacated by the figurative subject. Norman Bryson's The Gaze in the Expanded Field informed this thinking. In the catalogue, I note how in his essay, Bryson, and I quote, scrutinises the assumptions of the Cartesian model for looking, in which, and he says, the subject conceives of itself as universal centre, surrounded by the stable plenitude of the object world. In her catalogue essay, in this catalogue essay titled Dispossessing the Land, Urella Andrews offered an evocative analysis which eloquently explained how such a disparate grouping of work in the exhibition operated, picking up the idea, and I quote, that contemporary discussions of landscape generally evoke notions of crisis. Andrews ventures further, and I quote, "Clearly, landscape is culture, nature that has been handled and mishandled. Originally a term in painting, landscape is more significantly the land viewed, imagined, conceptualized, and depicted from particular and largely culturally inflected perspectives. It is the land plus us. More evocatively, it is the land as it exists in and through us. The landscape thinks itself in me, and I am its consciousness," Cézanne is reputed to have said. And as he looked and painted, it is also that through which, or in relation to which, we think of ourselves. The words landscape trauma then suggest discontinuities, disruptions, to those interrelationships, to those ways of perceiving, imagining, conceptualizing, representing the world, self and others. For Andrews, end quote, for Andrews, the artists were, and I quote again, interested in seeing the technologies of representation that issue in each case are connected with the photographic, a medium that at first appearance disavows the realities of lived entanglement between viewer and viewed. So I'm going to show some of the work now. So Henna Nadine's collages, perhaps barely discernible, well, sometimes barely discernible in reproduction, I think you can see it quite clearly here, involve overlaying pattern cutout over the top of generic photographs of nature, typically sourced from National Geographic. So here's another one here. And these are kind of this big, they're about this size. Then Annabel Howland's cutouts likewise deployed a scalpel and blade like Nadine to large-scale photographs, much larger scale photographs, 2 meters or more, which cutting away become visually and physically fragile. So these are very large, quite fragile works to attach to the wall. There's a couple of installation shots there. Camilla Sposati's short film Talk to Me uses editing and cutting available from the edit suites of sight and sound. A roving camera surveys a magnificent metropolis from day to night. The short, intimate but discordant interchange between a man and woman becomes an allegory of distance, dislocation within the city. See these shots. And then STI question the relationship between the authority of the eye as an autonomous systems to do our seeing for us, reminding us that technology is often used as a way to maintain already existing social, political and cultural relations. As far back as 1976, a space probe named Viking Orbiter was sent to Mars and relayed blurred images to Earth, which revealed little to the naked eye. However, after some digital processing, the indistinct shapes unveiled something resembling a face. Although by contemporary standards the results were rather crude, this example of space exploration's tendency towards anthropomorphism is at the heart of the Search for Terrestrial Intelligence interactive website project. Some installation shots. And so in this context as well, Ingrid Pollard's huge photographic images of geological rock formations are landscapes within landscapes. Evocative of Blake or even Hieronymus Bosch, Pollard's photographic series were a departure from figurative mode of working, appearing as representations of geological forms. Their enlargement using scanochrome technology produced a sort of Pandora's box of representation where Howland's cutouts or cutaway works illuminated the fragility of identity through its proximity to abstraction. Pollard's used abstraction for its potential to mobilize infinite and equally troubled terrain of the imaginary. Given the spectacle of trauma is played out indefatigably in photography and television, through landscape trauma, it seemed appropriate to question the possibly disturbing relationship between the subject and the viewer. Equally, Bryson says that what is most troubling about sight is not simply the horror of what we might see, but its power to naturalize, and I quote, to naturalize terror, and that is, of course, what is terrifying, end quote. So you can see, obviously, that so this was, the show was presented in 2 spaces in Southwark Park, in Dilston Grove. Let me see. Okay. Importantly, landscape trauma took place in 2001. It was before 9/11, before the Bradford riots of July 2001. In many ways, both events shaped the future of Britain in ways which were unimaginable. Where Britain's African Caribbean population was once synonymous being the anti-authority, living proof of failings of the multiracial country, it was now the Muslim community who would be thrust into this role, characterised as persona non grata. Thus, having openly embraced Britain's ethnic diversity, New Labour would begin to revoke attitudes towards race, the alien strain, to re-evoke attitudes towards race, the alien strain, and anti-patriotism, reminiscent of the Thatcher era. In the speech, explain how, in the government's view, and I quote, separateness had created an atmosphere of grievance in Britain. The then Home Secretary of Communities and Local Government offered this problematic appraisal of multiculturalism. There are white Britons who do not feel comfortable with change. They see the shops and restaurants in their own towns changing. They see their neighbourhoods becoming more diverse. Detached from the benefits of those changes, they begin to believe the stories about ethnic minorities getting special treatment and to develop resentment, a sense of grievance. Such unvarnished sentiments from the former Secretary of State reprised the sort of racial hostility once expressed by previous governments. Also, in its anti-immigration stance, New Labour set the framework for Brexit at this time in the early 2000s. These divisive comments were also imbued with inadvertent irony, given that they were made as part of the government's launch of its Commission on Integration and Cohesion. Holding such contradictory political positions was not unique to the issues of race politics. It was very much in keeping with the paradox of the wider New Labour project, whereby the creeping influence of free market economics was not seen as oppositional to values of state subsidy and social democracy. The government's establishment of the Commission on Integration and Cohesion epitomised New Labour's increasingly contradictory position on multiculturalism. The thinly veiled, vindictive assault on the stratum of the British Asian population coincided with publicly funded initiatives which sought to promote diversity. Even though terror attacks in Britain, such as 7/7, had been carried out by British citizens, political discourse sought to tacitly apportion blame. The so-called Muslim community, radical Muslims, moderate Muslims, became popular refrains to encapsulate and stigmatise. Other commentators would go further to portray Britain as a nation gripped by an Islamist fervour. Although racial segregation had for decades been allowed to become normalised in parts of northern towns and cities such as Bradford, Oldham, Blackburn, multiculturalism, and particularly aspects of cultural and religious difference, were now seen as alien and suspect. Catherine Hall's observations, published in 2010, following New Labour's influential role in the 2007 bicentenary of the abolition of the slave trade commemorations, offers a sobering reminder of these times. So Hall says, since 9/11 and 7/7, the focus has been increasingly on how to create social cohesion in the context of anxieties about the terrorists within. And a series of nationality, immigration, and asylum acts have laid down new policies which recognise the need for managed migration to allow for the required forms of skilled labour, alongside draconian restrictions on entry. Here, I would like to introduce Andrew Jackson's photography into the conversation, specifically a series he produced and presented in a show at the London School of Economics in 2010. Himself the son of Caribbean migrants to Britain, Andrew Jackson was interested in considering a new wave of migration to the Midlands. The start of this project coincided roughly with the commemorations of the commemorations surrounding the bicentenary of the abolition of the slave trade. But its catalyst, Jackson's catalyst, came earlier. In 2004, the European Union extended its membership to include a number of former Eastern Bloc countries, since this time, in the region of 1 million migrants were estimated to have come to Britain from across Europe. Born and raised, and at the time living in Birmingham, Jackson took a remarkable and perceptive step to seek to document the impact this event was having on an individual in Birmingham. So I'd like to discuss the Golden Road, but to put the Golden Road project, which you'll see shortly, into context, I just wanted to show a couple of his photographs, Andrew Jackson. So these 3 photographs I'm going to show you is from a earlier work from about 2004 to 5-6, called All That It Was, All That It Is, in which he seeks to observe and portray, and I quote, contemporary human existence and the inherent paradoxes within the collisions, transactions, and dislocations that reveal themselves in the built environment. This project was produced by Jackson during his 2nd visit to Cape Town. Rather than sensationalise his subjects, or indeed Cape Town, there exists a remarkable sense of humanity and empathy. The photographs were actually little more than postcard size. Writers John Timberlake and Steve White noted these beautifully composed images give a sense of Jackson's careful sharing of space with the subject. His presence is communicated by his ability to give a sense of each portrait being a pause in a conversation rather than a passing grab. So it's perhaps this approach that enabled Johnson to take on this project, the Golden Road. We'll return to the Golden Road. So taken as its starting point, the seemingly perennial and often contentious issue of immigration, the Golden Road centres on the life of one such person who we ever only know as M. Without being able to speak English, this person travelled alone from her village her village of 2,000 people in Bratislava in Slovakia to England to find work and to start a new life. So over a 2-year period between 2007 and 2009, Jackson documented aspects of M's life at close quarters through photographs, written observations, and the film No Work, No Cake, which is a 22-minute film he made as part of this exhibition. He produced an intimate but at times bleak portrait of M's attempt to build a life for herself in England. Set in Warsaw, where M lived, Jackson's images reflect a meticulous and critical approach to representation. Rather than photographing his subject, Jackson instead chose to focus on, in detail, elements of M's private and public domain, suggesting a connection with someone who was a stranger to him. So with this work, he produced, to show you a couple of pieces, but as with a lot of Andrew Jackson's work, he uses text in rights to accompany images, a bit not dissimilar to the work that we see downstairs, the way text plays an important role. So this is one of his texts that I have time to read. It's a short text that was actually on the wall. Somewhere above Warsaw, above the greyness of its clouds that hides their silver lining, the muffled sound of a jet engine fades in and out of the ears below. Yet no one looks up as they stand at a bus stop, waiting patiently for the 311 or the 313 or some other. Further along Bradford Street, with their backs turned to an estate agent, another group wait for the 404 or 405. People just stand and wait as they watch each other discreetly. A car lazily rolls by, and whilst others look at watches and sigh or check the time on their mobile phones, and then their messages, two elderly women share their contempt for a younger woman who has just pushed in and placed herself at the head of a queue. Bradford Street is a world of bus stops, topped off with a tattooist, a second-hand furniture shop, a Coral's bookmaker with late-night closing. Coral bookmakers, is the stock exchange for the unwaged who all gamble the present on the outcomes of unknown futures. Outside this financial hub with its bright posters that ask you to deduce the result of the Liverpool versus Chelsea game is a green metal bench that awaits patiently for the entrepreneurs and soothsayers inside who are in need of a timeout from watching over their portfolio of investments. Though that's the end of that text. Though devoid of people and often possessing an almost mundane air, Jackson's images are perhaps instantly familiar, flitting between domestic and public spaces. Photographs of M's flat are not intended to be any more voyeuristic than those taken by Jackson in public spaces. Alternatively, through their particular and considered composition, they attempt to construct a portrait of M, albeit a portrait in which she does not appear. As Jackson explains, the images take us across the demarcation line of public and private space and beyond to the lines of demarcation between the parts of our lives we feel we can control to the chaos of public space, where the reflections and consumption of whom we are less resolved. In The Golden Road, Jackson offers a work that can be read in many ways, not least as a counterpoint to dominant discourse, which, underpinned by hostility and suspicion, have often hampered genuine debate around Britain's relationship to immigration. Equally, in its innovative use of the documentary genre, The Golden Road is itself a critique of representation in the media age, making it a powerful yet poignant portrait of an individual in contemporary Britain. So I'm going to end with another one of his texts. Let me see if I can. These are just the installation shots of this work. This grey, beige and red-brown world has been shaken by the ghosts of economies past and economies present, and like particles in a snow globe, the people have been shaken and still wait to settle. And as they do, they shop. So this is Walsall, a town in the West Midlands with a bus station, shopping mall and Park Street, its high street, that sees McDonald's and Burger King face each other across a continual stream of shoppers who meander back and forth upon their ceaseless quest to find whatever will make them whole. On Park Street, the woman with the buggy appears to be looking in through the window of Republic Clothes Shop, but is really looking at her own reflection, and as she uses her finger like a comb, a strange comb, to repeatedly smooth a length of her blonde hair down at the side of her face, but it refuses to stay down as the curl comes back, and the process is repeated. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you both for those fantastic and really, really rich presentations. It's hard for me to know quite where to start. So I'm just going to dive in and pick up on something which I think I heard in both your presentations in very different ways. One is this idea, the first idea I'd like to explore is this idea of bringing to the surface what's hidden. And I think that's very much in Andrew Jackson's work, in those really delicate details of a life that convey you know, such a wealth of information through such sparse images, but also, Evan, in the way that you were talking about the natural world, the spiral, the patterns and sounds of the worlds and what they reveal and bring into view. And I think that's something that resonates very much with Ingrid's work and this idea of what's hidden in plain sight, but which requires a certain, I think, mode of attention and listening that is profound and not superficial. So maybe, Evan, if you could respond to that first.
Yeah, I mean, you know, a word that comes to mind for me in response is slowness. You know, there's definitely, I think, for me in my own practice, a desire to slow down in life, but also in the practice. And, you know, I'm kind of also thinking about how to, bring that into the work and into how the work is experienced. And, you know, I definitely felt that in Ingrid's work, and it is, isn't it? There's, as you say, the kind of the careful attention of that is required to kind of be with the images, but also in kind of how the work is displayed. Like, I feel a sense of slowing down, of easing as I'm experiencing the work, and that's what's kind of called. That's what's called of me to fully be able to immerse myself and take it in. And yeah, I mean, I definitely need to go back and return and continue that. But yeah, there's I think that as an inquiry or is definitely something that I'm also thinking about. You know, I think also as somebody who in the past has kind of made things, I think, with quite a lot of urgency. You know, you know, what does it mean now to kind of reorient, and also what about this moment? You know, I think is kind of asking that of me, and then in turn of the viewer and the audience and the person who's kind of experiencing the work.
Thank you, Richard. One of the things that I see connecting the landscape trauma as an exhibition and the artists in that work, and Andrew Jackson, is very much this idea that of looking in a different way. I mean, in Ingrid's landscape trauma pieces, which, as you say, are downstairs, she plays with this idea of scale and whether actually you don't quite know whether you're looking at the surface of a moon or a planet, and it's something on a massive scale, and also something which is historically very old as well and difficult to locate in time, or whether it's something minuscule that she's kind of expanded into these immense works. And again, whether you're seeing maybe something minuscule, and perhaps the spiral. I was thinking when you were talking about the spiral, about those amazing fossils you find near Dorset, you know, like that are revealed when the sea parts, and you find these extraordinary spiral shapes, and you have this sense of connection with a very different moment in time, and your position in relation to that distant time becomes much more condensed in a way.
Yeah, well, I think what you've said, I don't really need to say anything. You've summed it up, you know, brilliantly. Absolutely. I don't remember the how the work, or when we did the show originally, and I immediately obviously thought of Ingrid. So it was a kind of godsend or something that Ingrid was working on this project, had this idea, you know, so it sort of made perfect sense in terms of the scale in relation to other works in the show, and this idea of looking. And so I was interested today, you know, when I was, Sheena asked me to talk, to think about the opportunity to look back, and this thing that Evan's talking about, to kind of slow down and to think about things. And I think one of the things that I'm doing now in terms of writing and thinking is really to reflect on the past as well as and how it shapes the present.
Yeah.
So that's what I was trying to look at today, without talking about the trauma of today, but actually thinking that these things are present not that long ago, you know, and it's recurring. And I think that's an opportunity in the world which it's counterintuitive to not to do as you were saying in terms of Evan saying in terms of speeding up and doing things quickly and getting things done, moving on, you know, that kind of thing, buying things, buying new things and buying more things, and or watching things, and you know, all these things are counterintuitive to actually understanding then the world that we're in and how things repeat. I mean, it's kind of odd that 6 months ago, people in Kabul were left stranded, you know, by a government that had been there, or governments that had been there for 20 years, and then 6 months later, they seem to be the authority on humanity. And to me, and I think, obviously, these are narratives that are kind of handed to us through kind of media, but I think it's quite indicative of the kind of culture that we live in, that we have no time to think and to contemplate and to reflect on. And I think the sound is, you know, it's interesting just in this lecture that having this music and having to sit and listen to music and not have someone talking, telling you something, giving you knowledge, but actually listening, it's actually quite a challenge, you know, and someone's not performing, you know, well, you're not really performing, you know. So these things make you aware of the kind of conventions and the ways in which we exist.
Yeah, I mean, I do think the sound is an interruption, obviously, and a pause, but it also invites you to think with a different set of senses, which I think relates very much, Evan, to what you're talking about, the multidimensionality and the thinking through the senses. But I suppose something that's I felt sublimated in both your presentations and is very much sublimated in Ingrid's practice, and I do want to bring to the surface, is this question of trauma and violence that repeats and repeats and repeats. And I mean, I think that part of the power of Ingrid's work is the way in which that violence is there and that trauma is there, but it's not there in a way which is particularly explicit, unless you count the final room where there is a more explicit manifestation of violence. But it is there in the very quietest works. You know, we were talking earlier about the embossed, white, almost disappearing images. The boy that watches ships go by. In a sense, in the quietest works, there is the greatest, for me, trauma and violence. And that is made more powerful through the fact that you've got to work hard to make out what you're seeing or it's being described. You have to use, as you were saying, and Evan too, you were suggesting, you have to conjure your own imagination to complete the picture of what you're being presented with. I wonder if, Evan, perhaps first you could reflect on that a little.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, a word that comes to mind for me is the gift in that, you know, that actually there's, you know, because I think, you know, if we think about it in terms of what we see in kind of a mainstream media context, there's a gratuitousness and a kind of an overemphasis, I think, around certain, you know, certain kind of traumatic events and experiences. And actually I think that's part of the gift of, you know, Ingrid's work, is that it is kind of, it's not, you know, it's not ignored, it's not avoided, but it's handled with a real sensitivity and care. You know, and that is, you know, I think there's a radicality to that gentleness as well, you know, in taking that approach, which actually in a way is the more difficult and harder to kind of access, you know, in a way, and that's something, that definitely I think resonates for me in a different way, where I think again I'm kind of interested in the acknowledging of certain kind of lived realities, but in a way also thinking about how to kind of reframe or reorient so that it can be felt and experienced in a different way, but not bypassed. You know, and that's part of the dance. I think of kind of being an artist, being a maker.
Yeah, I think one of the things that struck me coming today immediately is the kind of materials and the range of materials and the kind of ways in which this violence that you speak about, what Ingrid is showing us in this work, is the ways in which it exists in all sorts of materials in our world. You know, in terms of not just in terms of what is we might think of as a media image, you know, but actually just things which are around that seem benign. But and obviously these are kind of some of the things that have come to the fore more recently in terms of, you know, what harm can a monument do, that kind of thing. But actually in excavating and bringing these things into a gallery environment, again, it allows the opportunity for pause and contemplation in a way that you can't do that outside of. This is what I suppose makes art practice so important in terms of providing that alternative space outside of one that's kind of course it's mediated to an extent, but not in a different way. And I think what we have in the gallery are these different sorts of materials, the use of the artist's book, the use of the kind of the printed word, you know, the redactions, the way things are displayed, the use of words and images and associations. I think this is it's a way of presenting or having us think about kind of history and contemporary culture in a different way, you know, not immediately referencing the kind of horrors of so many different things, but actually having us think about how we can look at images and things around us in different ways. So that's what I think is kind of fascinating. And I think, again, that's what we, you know, a sense, again, why I wanted to show some of Andrew Jackson's work was this idea of challenging viewers to think about these difficult things. You know, his work in South Africa, you know, thinking about this traumatized country, and many sorts of people, you know, who are living with the kind of contemporary realities of this traumatic past continually, and how you can capture this thing, how he does it, you know, in terms of how you photograph someone and capture something, you know, and that is a kind of relationship as well, something that you do in terms of what we're not privy to, but what the artist can do, what the photographer can do. I think this, again, you know, that it comes through in the work downstairs as well.
Yeah. So something else I was thinking about as I was listening to both of you, and again, brings me back to Ingrid's work, is the sort of moment of the Enlightenment, funnily enough. And, you know, and that apparent separation between reason and the rational mind and the emotional sense, and coincidentally, and it wasn't a coincidence, I don't think, that this is the moment at which, you know, slavery is at its apogee, you know, the ability to separate and out, you know, religious values from practice of slavery, for example. So I guess the invitation, Evan, to collapse that separation again. Maybe that was a signal of how we should collapse the separation. You know, is interesting, isn't it? Because bringing it back to this moment and, you know, what's happened in the last year or two, and the murder of George Floyd and the hostile environment which you're invoking in the title of your paper, you know, where actually we were all invited to be witnesses in a very sensual, visible, sound, emotional, visceral way to something. And we couldn't separate them out. It wasn't possible, I don't think, at that moment to separate out what was being seen, heard and felt from, you know, policy, state action, political discourse and so on. So I wonder if you could draw out, perhaps, Evan, I don't want to load too much on you, but to draw out maybe a bit more of why, as an artist, you are pursuing that thread of collapsing, recollapsing, bringing back the mind, body, and soul, as you put it there.
Yeah, that is a very good question. I mean, many reasons, you know. I think, you know, as somebody who, you know, on the one hand does kind of exist within, you know, academic spheres as, you know, a lecturer and whatnot, but then also has a real kind of, I feel like I'm often at odds with you know, kind of academic ways of being and doing. And this is something that has been ongoing, you know, since I was a kid. I've always had a very antagonistic relationship with education, because I've always been somebody that asks a lot of questions. And actually, you know, when you're at school, when you're at university, it's like you're kind of fed knowledge and you're kind of, and that is fact and that is truth, and there's not a lot of room to kind of question, you know, when it comes to history. It's like this is how things went, but actually what we're really being told is like, this is how things went for those who won, you know, but there's always the story of the people that didn't. And I guess I've always been interested in those other stories, and this is something that has just kind of sustained me to this very day. And somehow, you know, around that time I also kind of realized, you know, and has been a, you know, a big part of my experience, that there wasn't a lot of space for the, you know, what is embodied, you know, when it comes to kind of one's learning and one's education. It's like we're very much kind of up here, you know, in our kind of rational and intellectual mind. And, you know, there isn't a lot of space to just, you know, if you need to get up and stretch, you know, if you need to kind of, you know, or if you yawn, you're told off, you know, just even just things as kind of simple as that, just kind of human gestures. And so I'm kind of interested in how, actually, what does it mean to kind of see a kind of a practice of becoming more embodied as just as integral to what it is to learn and become educated and like a being of the world, you know, and that is, and it's again, I think, you know, we're kind of increasingly as societies, as cultures, becoming more and more disembodied, actually. You know, because also of how much, I guess, the digital is part of our, you know, everyday, like, kind of interface and interaction. So, yeah, for me, there's definitely something about this kind of turning inwards, you know, as part of a kind of inquiry. And actually, as a result of that kind of turning inwards, you know, I and, you know, in dialogue with others might be able to actually show up as a more kind of, you know, kind of whole and grounded and a more, kind of lost my train of thought, but just as a more kind of expansive and like complex human being. And yeah, practices of embodiment, and so in turn really thinking about what does it mean to kind of be with the artwork, you know, like how does it actually feel in the body, you know, not just kind of in the mind, and what does it kind of conjure up, has become like a very central part of kind of how I think about and talk about art, and you know, and how I kind of am in conversation with others about it too, you know, and why I think, you know, kind of also why I brought in you know, this kind of this moment of breathing. You know, I'm often trying to, and you know, I put it a lot in my presentations, like breathe, you know, because I think also when we're delivering a presentation, you know, sometimes we might, you know, and we're not always thinking about our breath, right. You know, because we're already thinking about the next thing we've got to read, you know. So just again, this kind of like coming back into the body as a way of being more present and more here. It's just kind of central to it all for me.
That's just made me think actually. Very much around, it would be nice to talk about the new works that Ingrid's made, which are in the final room, and hopefully everyone's seen those. But I was thinking of those actually in relation also to an artist you've spent a lot of time thinking and working on, Donald Rodney, and in relation also to what Evan was saying about the embodiment and the presence of the artist physically, and the absence of the artist, and how these, in a way, the figures, the robotic figures that are in the exhibition are acting, you're not quite sure whether they're acting out the viewer's position, the artist's position, or another entity. I wonder about your thoughts, Richard, in relation to this.
Well, I've just seen them, so, so I'm not sure I can say anything. I need to go and look at them again. I'm not trying to get out of it, but it's fascinating. Well, I did talk to Ingrid about it very briefly, and she told me a little bit about it, but I'm not sure I can say at this moment about that work.
All right, we'll give you lunchtime, and then maybe come back to that.
Excellent, yes.
And I don't know how we're doing on time. Can we take a question or two? Okay. Do we have any questions for Evan or Richard? A gentleman down here. If you could just wait for the microphone, please, because this is being streamed live. Thank you.
Thank you. Really, there's so much to think about, but I was, my question would be about information within the exhibition we have here, but also within the exhibitions that you've been talking about and the work that you do, and the relationship between text and image. So I'm really struck by, in Ingrid's exhibition, how refreshing it has been to have very little information, which, I mean, I volunteer here as well, so a lot of people are quite amused by that. They find that a difficult thing, to not be told, this is what you have, this is how you should be thinking, this is what this work is about. And I suppose the question for you is, to what extent do you feel the information that goes with, the text that goes with the photographs that you were describing, or the work that you do, or the work in an exhibition, to what extent is that maybe working against or for our understanding and our space, our slowness, if you like, in looking at that work? So I think for me sometimes the liberation of not having something to read allows that slowness and that contemplation to really start to take place. And when I'm given things to read and look at, and titles and text, it works against that. So I don't know if you've got a view on those things. I know it's very complex, but that's my kind of thinking.
Great question. Thank you so much. Richard?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think it depends on the work. I mean, I think with Andrew, with the work downstairs, I mean, there's plenty of things to read which are integral to the work. And I think that's but I did notice I noticed that with this show, that there aren't kind of introduction panels to steer you, and because there's quite a lot of text in the work that you can engage with. And I think it really depends on the extent to which I suppose it's partly to do with context where the work is being shown, also with I mean, I think it's how something's written as well, that you kind of open things up. You're not closing down meaning in terms of how people should look at artwork. Because obviously different people are coming to work with different sorts of experiences. With, say, someone like Andrew's work that I showed, text is integral to his way of working. So the text is important, and it's not about telling you what to think. It's almost like a kind of, it runs alongside the imagery to have an effect, a kind of effect, I suppose, as part of the work. But yeah, I think it really depends. I mean, I wouldn't say there's a hard and fast rule. Obviously, there are conventions in galleries that you have panels, or particularly kind of publicly funded galleries do it. Commercial galleries, you go in and there's a sheet and you don't get a hello. You walk in, you walk round sheepishly, and there's nothing on the walls. And you know, so I think it really depends on the context of because also I think, you know, I'm not one that I don't have a personally I think it's dependent on what the artist wants as well. So if an artist didn't want to have an introduction panel, that's fine, because it's about, you trust how they want people to engage with the work. And it's true, you know, it's not necessarily a museum piece. It's not like you're not going to the British Museum looking at an artifact from where there's this kind of history. It's a piece of work that you want, the artist may want people to respond to it visually. So that's how I see it.
Anything you'd like to add, Evan?
I mean, not much, just other than to say, yeah, you know, it really kind of is at the artist's discretion. And ultimately, you know, if you want to read something, read it. If you don't, don't.
I mean, we had a lot of discussion about texts around this show. And as Richard said, you know, there is already text embodied in the work, in some of the works. And Ingrid will shout me down now if you want to, but the discussion was very much about leaving it open for people to bring their own stories. And I think the idea, it plays against the idea that the institution has the authoritative voice and there's a singular reading. And that can be scary for an audience, I recognise that, and for some viewers. But I think that's partly the way we've all been educated. It's a very literary society, which depends very much on the written word and is less comfortable, going back to Evan's work, on the sensory, on the oral or the visual. And so it's almost like uses words as a prop, because we're not quite sure, you know. Whereas I think when people are given permission to just take their own life experience and senses to a piece of work, I think people are often quite surprised by actually how much more they get from the work and how much more they relate to it, rather than seeing it as a sort of abstract and distant thing which requires a bridge that somebody else provides for them.
There's also this thing of scale as well in the exhibition. The scale of text, it varies. So you've got that little text from Orlando, you know, then you've got the big words, you know. So that also is a kind of a way of thinking about our relationship to what we're reading, seeing. And that's what works really well because I was looking around for the wall text. I was actually, I was kind of looking around, and actually it's great just to have this, you know, and it works at scale in terms not just imagery, in terms of how text works as well.
But also, you know, the way that works are put in relation to each other, of course, is a sort of narrative, and it's a sort of, there is a guidance, there is a, you know, a framework and a context being provided by that, and without the text, you're more able to see those plays and relationships, I hope. I think we've got time for one more question. Do we have another question? Because everyone's so hungry, I know. This tummy's rumbling. There's another sense that we're all listening to now, which is the sense of hunger and desire to eat. So can I say a huge thank you, Evan? Thank you, Richard.
Thank you.
And thank you all, Evan.
Everyone, I think we'll make a start. I hope you had a really good lunch and are well fed and watered. Thank you so much to the speakers of the first session. There's so much food for thought which will spill over into this afternoon. My name's Sarah Turner. I'm the Deputy Director at the Paul Mellon Centre, and this is the third collaboration that we've done with the MK Gallery. And it's always a real pleasure to work with the brilliant team here to conceive of events in association with an exhibition. And I think together we've really thought of exhibitions as a site of making meaning and as a point of gathering. And I think that's what today is really about, is about gathering around this incredible exhibition to bring people together. And again, it's such a joy to be here in a room together, and for the people who are joining us online, so we can have these conversations. And also just to take stock, an exhibition as a moment in history and in relationship to a contemporary moment, and I think that really came out in the papers this morning. So I'm going to hand over to our chair for this afternoon, Cora Gilroy-Ware, who's based at the University of Oxford, and Cora will introduce our speakers and again continue that conversation which we started together in the panel this morning. So thank you, Cora.
Thanks, Sarah. Can everybody hear me? I'm presuming everything's working. It's lovely to see you all. Welcome to our second session of the day, Matter and Materials, Chemicals, Process, Publication. Firstly, I just want to say congratulations to Ingrid. She's not actually in the room, I don't think, but to Gilane and Ingrid for this beautiful show, and to Anthony and everybody here at MK Gallery. It's such a pleasure to be here. And also thank you to Shreya and Sarah and everyone at the Paul Mellon Centre for inviting me to be a part of it. So it's my great pleasure to introduce our next two speakers. So both are based at the University of Plymouth, although apparently hadn't met until today.
Not in person.
Not in person. So first we have Liz Wells. Liz is Emeritus Professor in Photographic Culture at the University of Plymouth. And I've sort of distilled bios into just one key fact that each wanted to sort of share with the audience today. And so Liz's book, Land Matters, Landscape Photography, Culture and Identity, has excitingly just been reprinted after 8 years of being out of print, and that's with Routledge.
Yep.
So that's very exciting.
Or at least it is now with Routledge.
It's now with Routledge. And next we have Ella S. Mills. Ella is an associate lecturer in art history at Plymouth, and she's also the creative director of Talking on Corners, which sounds really, really fascinating. It's an experimental curatorial practice, and she's actually commissioned some new work by Ingrid in Devon, which I've heard a little bit about over the years, but it sounds incredible, and that's August to October. Mm-hmm. So Liz's talk is entitled Hidden Histories and Story in Place, and Ella's talk is entitled Texture and Tone in the Work of Ingrid Pollard. So I will hand over to you, Liz, and I look forward to talking more. Thanks.
I want to echo all the thanks to the Paul Mellon Centre, to Sarah, to Sheena, to the gallery here, and most particularly to Ingrid for the most amazing show, and to Gilane for curating it so effectively. And Ingrid has ducked out of my talk. I wasn't going to say anything embarrassing. A few years ago, a mutual friend of Ingrid's and myself were having supper in my back garden one warm evening, and the friend's phone rang. It was Ingrid playing the ukulele that she was learning so that she could join a ceilidh band during a residency in Northumberland. This struck us both as typical of Ingrid's approach to places. Ingrid explores histories of people and place through seeking stories from those who are there, listening to people and respecting local knowledge, walking, observing, photographing, collecting objects, noting resonant words, phrases and sounds, always open to new experiences. Artistic research, anchored through creative fieldwork, has been central to her practice throughout the 30-something years that I have known her. This makes residencies a key means of investigation, whether local to home and based on some familiarity with places, or living and working elsewhere, where being out of place, away from the familiar and from the everyday routines, makes for a more immersive experience. Her curiosity about people and places allows for an emerging familiarity based not only on observing and asking questions, but also on living, sleeping, feeling, touching, and smelling locality in its many aspects. Her approach focuses on complexities of natural and cultural ecologies, a form of slow thinking, or, as Rebecca Solnit would have it in her evocative essay on walking, the mind at 3 miles an hour. So my title, Hidden Histories and Storying Place, is intended to indicate complex ways of representing people and place, and of communicating stories relating to deep time geological factors, to legacies of empire, to the land, and everyday human experience, dreams and desires. She writes from a year that included residencies in France and UK. I remember primrose, dandelion, dock, wild garlic, bramble, sorrel, jack by the hedge, comfrey, hazel, elderflower, teacups, frying pan, oil pesto, pulling, teasing, chopping, plucking, cutting, seeping. The poem is longer, but you get the texture of it. Reading this, the intersections of place, smell, wild garlic, for example, in season at the moment where I live, taste, movement, context, writers, colonialism, emerge in a quiet yet assertive manner. Written in 2015, it echoes the layering of photographs, histories, and imagination that always characterises her work. So I'm going to say a few words about my experiences of Ingrid's earlier work and select a few examples of projects through which to reflect further on residency as a space of investigation and reflection, migration, and then on migration and belonging, and on process, method, and framing. I first encountered Ingrid's work and met Ingrid sometime in the late 1980s. Pastoral Interlude, for which Ingrid became well known, was, I think, first shown at Watershed in Bristol in 1987. Certainly it was in DACS, curated by Eddie Chambers, as Richard mentioned earlier. I lived in Bristol at the time, so I had the privilege of being among the first to experience the series. At one level, the pictures operated through shock value, the unfamiliarity of the black faces in the English landscape. At another level, they alluded to colonial legacies through asking what it is to be English or British. The series also demonstrates a deep understanding of the contribution of art and poetry within our sense of identity. Again, as Richard has suggested, Ingrid was involved with Autograph, the Association of Black Photographers. And along with work by David A. Bailey, Rotimi Fani-Kayode, and Claudette Holmes, Pastoral Interlude was included in a group exhibition, Inside Out, British Black Photographers, shown at PhotoFest Houston in 1992. The overall festival context was work from Latin America and from Europe. As exhibition curator, David A. Bailey, who was curator of the recent Between Islands show at Tate Britain, which I hope everyone got a chance to see, wrote, quote, "Pollard's work expresses the concerns of second-generation blacks who have ambivalent and contradictory relationships to English heritage and landscape, the historical and physical environment of England." And he adds, "These photographers are part of a movement of black photographers who engage popular cultural forms to change the dominant meanings of racial identity." In the climate of those times, within British photography, this was received or ignored as radical work. Autograph later published her key collection, Postcards Home, in 2004. And the title captures one aspect of the character of her work, succinct communications, like postcards, that rest on complex understories. She sought audiences beyond the established gallery networks. For example, Wordsworth's stories, which I opened with in my running PowerPoint, was produced as a billboard poster. In the 1990s, I was researching the then relative absence of British-based women landscape photographers, even though women have been involved in working photographically with land and natural phenomena from Anna Atkins' cyanotypes onwards. I was invited by Newlyn Gallery in Cornwall to create an exhibition for Signals, the 1994 Festival of Women's Photography, that aimed to showcase work by women across all genres and via a network of venues nationwide. Viewfindings, Women Photographers, Landscape, that's in quotes, and Environment, drew attention to work by women and in the process aimed to influence and slightly shift the dominant parameters of landscape as a genre. Of course, pastoral imagery would inevitably persist, it still does. But within serious contemporary photography circles, there were several young and almost exclusively male white photographers who were investigating and questioning agricultural spaces, energy installations, and post-industrial legacies. This included experimenting with new photographic forms and aesthetics in colour or black and white. But it did not necessarily include challenging human-centric or territorialist viewpoints. It's a very rough summary. That's 20 years of landscape photography in 3 sentences. So my concern was to foreground work by women and to reflect on different ways of exploring land and place that figured through their work. The interrelation of the industrial and the colonial that informs current debates, although hardly new, wasn't foremost in my mind at the time. But I later realised that work by several photographers included in the exhibition-related anthology Viewfindings implicated imperial expansionism, not in the least the selection of extracts from Ingrid's series, which was in that publication under the rubric Heritage and Myth. What we included was Miss Pollard's Party, 1993, Pastoral Interlude, 1987, extracts from Seaside Stories, 1989, which in this exhibition, and which references the Battle of Hastings, 1066, and from Oceans Apart, 1989, to which I'll return later. The 1994 Signals Festival was also the context for Ingrid's commission to respond to, quote unquote, the conventional interpretations of heritage in the area, not far from where Ingrid grew up, and a place that she knew from school field trips. Lee Valley Park in East London extends 26 miles from Bow in East London north to Ware in Hertfordshire. It's an area right at the south of the park which was appropriated for the London Olympic site in 2012. For Ingrid, this was an opportunity to explore the country within the city. Specifically, historical shifts in usage and significance of this local, open but managed area that also includes several historic buildings. She had 3 months to research and reflect on local histories and to talk with people who live and work there. The exhibition included 3 key elements, something that is typical of many, many of her projects and residencies. Not that there are 3, but a range of elements. First, amazing panoramic photographic collages that disrupt any notion of single viewpoint and are juxtaposed with soil samples and objects collected, displayed in a manner more akin to the use of vitrines in a natural history museum than photographs in a gallery or publication. Commenting on the pastoral idyll often associated with more rural areas, cultural theorist Lola Young noted that the long views in the panoramas included sheep, cows, sheds, lorries, telegraph poles and pylons, and that she, Lola, was struck by how harmonious the various elements in the images seemed. She suggested that future generations may not necessarily see what she termed unsightly buildings, traffic fumes and pollution as architectural scars. And it was actually interesting to reread this nearly 30 years later, because whilst that might be true of the pylons and the telegraph poles, certainly fumes and pollution have provoked political action. Second, in that Lee Valley Park project, there is a fictional story of an 18th century black worker based at the mills towards the south of the park, now 3 Mills Island, that were originally used for making flour, and then from the 1720s, grinding barley for gin. The story serves to remind us that black presence in Britain is a long-standing facet of colonialism. As Ingrid remarked at the time, it was a personal fantasy, but that as, quote, a site in the East End, near the docks, there will have been people from different places, end of quote. And then she added, a lot of the heritage industry is fantasy anyway, which is, again, a key phrase, I think, from, we had that conversation sometime in the early 90s, but it seems to me to motivate a huge amount of what Ingrid has focused on over the years. So the fiction at Lee Valley Park served to question the selective character of heritage as construct, and to ask what fragments from history are foregrounded. Whose storying place? Third, there were portraits of park wardens, some framed as triptychs to include a tool that they use and a close-up of a part of a land for which they are responsible. They were shot on black and white analogue film and then hand-tinted, which is typical of Ingrid's interest in process and her hands-on approach to image making. Hand painting or toning were common in the late 19th century, so there's a reference to photo history or to ways of seeing that is layered in. And she remarked that black and white is a way of looking at detail, whereas if, for example, the panoramas had been in colour, you'd be, quote, blasted by the greens and blue skies, end of quote. There are many ways of entering the project. In the autograph publication, the series opens with 3 close-ups of the worn hands of a fishing warden. The fish in the pools that follow suggest he was working in the freshwater streams of the north of the park that would be recognised by those who lived nearby. These are simultaneously her stories and stories belonging to others. The series was first shown in the reception area of the Park Leisure Centre, which is where I saw it, and later in a gallery at the University of Central Lancashire, where it will have had a different presence, given that it was away from the environment pictured, with viewers unlikely to know the park, and also that it acquired the status of art by dint of a gallery setting. Ingrid remarked at the time that she was, quote, quite happy that this was being shown in a leisure centre because it is an odd place to have an exhibition that's not all flat work in frames. Adding that she also wanted it to be seen in a fine art setting, as she thought that it had resonances for both scenarios. I have to say, I absolutely agree. The resonances are partly constructed by the context. So I've gone into some detail on the Lee Valley Park residency, not only because a discussion between myself and Ingrid was included in the exhibition leaflet, so I got to know the project well, but also to indicate the complexity of experiment and reflection that characterises her work. Although, in a way, now you've all seen the show downstairs, I really don't have to say that. But I also think it's less well known than some of her projects. And as I hope is evident from the rolling slide projection, the points made largely also apply to many other of her residencies and projects. Her reference to flat work in frames was significant, as finding other means of communicating experiences of place is central to her work. For example, Bursting Stone, 1997, was based on a return to the Lake District. Some images were printed onto pieces of slate that you had to walk around in the gallery. In the 18th century, local wealth derived from mining and from importing tobacco, sugar and rum, amongst other Caribbean plantation exports. And the installation was first shown in Beacon Gallery by the port of Whitehaven, Cumbria, where the trade ships came in. By the time Ingrid was there, Sellafield Nuclear Power Station, near the boundary of the Lake District National Park, was a brief walk south and was the key employer. The installation stressed the significance of walls as boundaries in the national park area. Literally, these stone walls in the gallery you had to walk around, but also, of course, metaphorically, through focusing on towns and the nature of the land around the park boundaries that is outside the park. The focus is on the everyday, not on tourism and romantic imaginary. As had become a mark of her practice, as well as exhibiting locally, Ingrid made a limited edition box set of hand-tinted photographs and also included hand-collected nature specimens, scientific drawings and texts representing items from the walled boundaries of the national park. Retrospectively, we can see her integration of research and thinking through looking as a part of the vanguard, experimenting in artists' books or boxed collections and the forms they might take is much more common in British photography now than it was then. Her reference to flat work in frames also draws attention to the experience of viewing as a photographer and for audiences. Regarding the frame, 2013 drew on a 12-month residency in High Green, courtesy of the Visual Arts in Rural Communities initiative at University of Sunderland. This was where she joined the Tarsuk Ceilidh band with her new ukulele. So I deduce that it was around about 2012 or 2013 that I was having that warm supper in my garden. In her catalogue essay, Carol Mackay remarks on Ingrid's eye for traces of former mining and farming activities that are present in her photographs. For example, an old mine plaque on rocky ground. Details that might be overlooked. Rather than seeking traditional vantage points, viewpoints as they're often called, Ingrid looks down or upwards from below. In the publication, the centre page spread draws particular attention to framing through a panorama of a hillside viewed from below that is presented in 4 monochrome overlapping 4:5 ratio photographs, each individually mattered so that the composite draws attention not only to the contours of the hill, but to framing as a means of inclusion or exclusion. For example, of clusters of trees, or a hint of a stream. The catalogue also includes 16 repeat photographs of a tree behind a stone wall in sets of 4 per season, autumn, winter, spring, etc. And it starts with autumn, wherein, of course, the light, colours and density differ, although there's no obvious leaf fall. The mats are curved at the top, creating a sense of looking through a Gothic window, maybe from a chapel or an old house. For me, this suggests reverie and reverence. The projection should start again. I don't know whether it's going to. Yeah, okay, thank you. With the idea that when you see it the second time, I've said something that maybe makes you think differently about it. In 2004, Ingrid gave a talk at a symposium at University of Plymouth, organised by the Land, Water and the Visual Arts Research Group, in which she reflected on the residency experiences in Northumberland and in the Farne Islands, Lindisfarne, and on the 2 series that emerged from these, namely Near and Far, 1995, and Landscape Trauma, 2000, about which Richard was speaking a little earlier. The theme of the symposium was surface, to which, under the title Lost in the Horizon, Ingrid responded by focusing on ways in which print surface interrelated with the surface of the land. An example of the detailed consideration that she gives to the textures and emotions of representation. The works were produced as digital prints, cyanotypes, colour prints, and drew attention to geological formations, ecosystems, and migratory wildlife patterns. As with Hidden Histories and many other projects, she engaged with the rangers, and in the case of Lindisfarne, reflected on the impact of man-made constructions on the islands visually and ecologically. In her essay, she notes the centrality of weather forecasts for work on the islands and talked of open skies and stargazing, of looking up at sky and out to the horizon, as well as looking down, at the land, almost certainly leaning over, feeling the soil, picking up stones. She also talked of watching the watchers, the wardens, who, she told us, quote, spent a large proportion of their working time watching the tourists, the westerlies, the birds, the skies and the seas, and also checking equipment and counting bird eggs and chicks and seals and porpoises and crabs in the seaweed and spiders in the plants. My memory of her talk, which we later published, was of networks of observation, of people, including her as photographer and explorer, whose job it was to quietly note the continuities and changes, moods and textures that characterize rural environments. once again, the mind working at 3 miles an hour. Patient observation, note-taking, and making time for reflection. The notion of being lost in the horizon brings me back to questions of identity, and more specifically to themes of migration and loss, for me particularly represented in The Boy Who Watches Ships Go By, 2002, and Oceans Apart, 1993. Both explicitly relate to identity and belonging, which I often write with a slash, B/longing, to draw attention to the existential. Both series struck some sort of a chord with me, probably because I'm the daughter of a migrant. My mother was Canadian and never comfortable with being mistaken as English. Indeed, she always felt a bit of an outsider, as so-called British colonials were, she felt, viewed as second-class British citizens. Ingrid's work touched a family nerve. Of course, as a white Anglo-Canadian in London in the 1950s, an ocean apart from friends and relatives across the Atlantic was not at all the same as London is experienced by first and second generation Caribbean immigrants, for whom I have no doubt that ocean apart is even more potent. But ships figure in many of Ingrid's series as handcrafted objects, as well as photographic images. They reference transit. They go by. We can watch them. They sail away, beyond the horizon, their routes determined historically by the wind and the weather, and dependent on networks of lighthouses to ensure safe passage. Looking at the series again, I am struck by the link between the timber and stone, the material of the making of ships and the rocks on which they risk destruction. The horizon in Oceans Apart in particular becomes a space of memory, desire and longing, as well as connoting issues of transatlantic relations and consciousness. It drew on family albums and letters, including her father's letters as a newly arrived migrant in the 1950s, when the family had not yet joined from Guyana. She tells us that it was made at Sunderland Point, a formerly busy 18th century slave trading port, although unless you know the region, the precise location is not clear from the pictures, which is part of the point. These histories, feelings and longings could be associated with almost anywhere on the British coast. After the talk that Ingrid gave in Plymouth, which was brief and not over-assertive, another speaker remarked that the thing about Ingrid's work is to listen to what she doesn't say. In other words, to reflect on understories beyond or behind the imagery. Ingrid's work is led by curiosity and is enhanced through being unafraid to ask questions or immerse herself in new communities and localities, engaging within ecologically complex environmental and cultural relations. She seeks out and communicates the interconnectedness of newer and past histories, geographic and geological change, legacies of colonialism and migration, and stories of people, land, place, identity, and belonging. And, as this exhibition testifies, she has been consistently innovatory in finding subtle and immersive ways of investigating hidden histories and storying place. And I was thinking yesterday, actually, about how would I sum up Ingrid's work if I had to sum it up in one word. And I came up with vanguard, because Ingrid has been thinking and working on themes and in ways that were innovatory 30 years ago. And in doing so, was working in an independent manner, often outside of formal arts institutions, was exploring widely. But this was within the broader context of radical developments in women's photography and the assertiveness or increasing assertiveness of black British photography, both of which challenged dominant landscape modes of the time. Thank you.
I don't want to cause a big fuss, but is there any way to turn the lights down a bit? If it's not easy, then don't do it. I'm just sort of looking around at anybody that might be able to help with that. So, okay, silence. So we'll leave it. Is that okay? Fine. Is that okay? Only if it's not any trouble. I was just sort of looking at tech, but anybody else that might be able to help, I didn't know who to check that with. And also, I didn't tell anybody during the lunchtime that I might ask to do that. So. So like me with the doors, just pull it.
Try and stay in the light. You're going to be halfway in and out. So. Yeah.
Here. Oh, the point of the lights down was I wasn't in the light. That was. Okay. So. Okay, so thank you, Cora, for the introduction earlier, by the way. And Liz, thanks so much for that. There's so many images that I hadn't seen. That was really great, and some of those near and far in particular. Thanks so much for that. Thank you to MK and PMC for inviting me, and for everybody behind the scenes who is the backbone of making these events possible. And of course, thank you to Ingrid for making the work. It's such a gift. Evan was saying as well, it's a real gift for art historians to work with her practice when there's just so much in there, and you can just kind of keep going and keep unraveling. But of course, it's a gift for everybody, not just art historians. So. Before I kind of get into it, I just wanted to say that my talk will reference personal and historical events that include the transatlantic slave trade and migration and family loss. So I just wanted to flag that in case anybody felt they didn't have the capacity for that this afternoon. But hopefully we can look to Ingrid's work to kind of steer us through those things. So the beady-eyed amongst you will notice that my title has changed of my talk. And I had originally wanted to do a kind of broad sweeping thing about how much texture and how much tone in Ingrid's practice, in all kinds of senses of those words. And then some kind of recent events and this exhibition made me shift things, and I've decided to go back instead to a short piece that I wrote, and I can't remember if it was last year or the year before, but it was in that kind of COVID black hole, and I wanted to kind of expand it. It was very short, so I wanted to explore it a bit more with you and expand on it and situate it within the context of this exhibition. And the context of the themes, carbon slowly turning. So I'm interested to hear your thoughts later. So my talk really is a kind of series of points of interest. So the piece, the editors that had asked me to write for them were new to Pollard's work, and so of course requested a text on landscape and on pastoral interlude, which I didn't do. So you know, there's been obviously a fair amount of thinking on that. So you know, Ingrid's work, we know by now is just creates these really kind of profoundly layered work around landscape and labour and people and place and memory and movement and kind of big industry and individual intimate stories, and how she interrupts these, you know, grand narratives and these official histories, and it really kind of draws us down and draws us in to these kind of individual and often personal experiences. So, even so, her landscapes, I would say, kind of most frequently the discussions around the landscapes are kind of situated within the kind of rural idyll, the countryside, kind of green and pleasant land, and you know, rolling hills, the cycle of kind of work and labour within those contexts. And so instead I began to look at the water in her practice and bodies of water in relation to those landscapes or as part of those landscapes. And she's made several pieces involving water. The exhibition, of course, it highlights that in the first room downstairs, where there's 4 different pieces that kind of speak to each other, that involve water in some way. And so I'm going to start with, I should have started with that one. I'm going to start with this one, which is an example. So this is in downstairs. This is part of The Boy Who Watches Ships Go By. And I wanted to start with this one because this is an example of something that Ingrid doesn't do in her practice when she features kind of water. And what I mean by that is that this is a large expanse of water. So I can't see any kind of land or any symbols that we're near land. We can see the sea, we can see the sky. It's not peopled, there's no animals, it's just this kind of vast openness. And I haven't yet found another image in Pollard's practice that does this, that has this kind of vast openness of an ocean or a sea. So what Ingrid seems to do, as exemplified by some of these, is have the water in very close proximity to land. So these are a selection of images from 4 different works. We've got Oceans Apart, The Boy Who Watches Ships Go By, Seaside Series, and Bursting Stone. And there's water in her work that we've seen today earlier on, that is, you know, lakes or rivers, but for the most part the water in her work are these kind of seas and oceans. And when they are imaged, we're on a coastline or a shoreline, so always connected to the land in some way. So this, of course, is The Boy Who Watches Ships Go By. And I'm just going to pick up on 3 artworks, and Liz spoke about them, so I can be even briefer, because I just wanted to kind of introduce them. But here we can see, so we've got this image down here, which is the kind of vast, expansive sea, but we've also got, you know, shorelines and coastlines that we can clearly see, where we've got the water and the land, and often, you know, split kind of, you know, 50-50, that we've got kind of half sea or sky and half land intersected with something. This is Oceans Apart, and again, if we kind of look where we see pictures of the ocean, there's always some land with it. And even if we're kind of looking at the top one up here or the one just here, you know, the waves are crashing onto the shore. You know, we're at the shoreline. This one in the middle down here, we can see that there's kind of, flotsam and jetsam. This is near a shoreline. And here, these are blurry, but we want, on beaches down here, again, obviously at a shoreline. And here, these are some selected images as well from Seaside Series, which is downstairs. And again, even when you kind of can't see the sea, it's inferred that it's very close by to the piece of land. So here with this one, we've got the beautiful little mussel shell on the beach, which implies that the sea is close by. And of course, we've got the rocks here. So all of those pieces, those artworks where these coastlines and shorelines, and these aren't the only images of her practice that include oceans and these kind of shorelines and coastlines. But in these contexts of these particular works, it's got a kind of very particular implication. So those works are, they involve the transatlantic slave trade or migration, very personal stories of migration or kind of invasion. We got, in Seaside Series, you've got Hastings and the kind of Battle of Hastings. So I just wanted to kind of take some time to think through, what are shorelines and coastlines and some of those meanings. So, what does a shoreline imply? So many things like Ingrid's work. So we can invoke ideas of nationhood and colonialism, journeys and invasions. Those are kind of very quick things to relate to for these works in particular. They're points of departure and arrival, sites of exchange, the borders and barriers. But then I think more than just kind of a line that's just separating two spaces, perhaps we might think of it also as a kind of active cutting away. In Germanic languages, shore means to cut or to shear. So we might think of the shoreline, as understood as a forced separation, a violent space. And we can of course make reference to the violence of colonialism and the trauma of the transatlantic slave trade with that. But there's another kind of pain that I think suggested in the shorelines cutting away when you're moving or when you're kind of inherited others moving, which is a kind of psychological annexing of your subjectivity and questions about whether you kind of, wholeness and whether you kind of feel whole again. So another interpretation of the shoreline I was thinking about is liminality. So not a division at all, but a place that holds two spaces at once, a space of connection, a threshold, but not in the sense of a border, but in that kind of sense of, neither here nor there, a betwixt and between. A space where the land and water meet in such a way that it's neither land nor water, but also, both at the same time. So this kind of constant, a space of constant duality. Liminal spaces, though, are also kind of unknown, so they have this implication of maybe danger. There's possibility there, but that's, there's transformation, but there's also that kind of unsettling and tension with that. Then we might think about shorelines in terms of movement. Not just kind of people and bodies moving over these spaces, but the space itself moving. Coastlines are constantly eroding very slowly. The sands of the shoreline are constantly shifting, ebbing and flowing with the tide. It's completely transient terrain. The space of a shoreline, will never be the same twice. So an unstable or tricksy or unreliable space. Just when you think you have your footing, the ground moves. So Pollard talks about a kind of compression of time and space. And this is something that I want to pick up on and kind of thread through about these kinds of journeys across not only kind of physical oceans, but through time as well. So I just kind of want to hold on to that for a moment. And I was looking at these coastlines and shorelines, and there were some other factors that Ingrid does in the way that she frames them, or what she puts in the frame, that kind of complicates them even more. So here we've got the boy who watches ships go by, and we've got these kind of vertical struts that are kind of fragmenting our view and interrupting our view of the shore, of the water. I think these are the kind of struts from a kind of boardwalk. So here, this is one of from oceans apart, and we've got this barrier. So this is what I'm kind of getting at in this bit, is that we've got these things that obstruct the views. And although this one, with the vertical kind of fragmentations, you know, it's a barrier of sorts, but in her other works, we see different kinds of barriers that run, or borders that run the whole length of the frame. Here we've got this sitting on a wall. Again, it runs the entire length of the frame. And again, at the top there on the left, there's a kind of wall. Now this is the other thing that I was picking up on, and these are that she's put feet or shoes in the frame. So we've got this bird's eye view. You know, is this person looking out to sea? Is this what we're trying? Is this what is being inferred here? I mean, we're definitely close to the water's edge. Because of what the other things that are kind of in these images. So whether they're actually looking out to sea, or maybe just facing the ocean. And here we have this again. So on the left from Seaside series, we've got these feet, these legs crossed, again kind of looking out towards the ocean, and this one here as well, which you can't see. It's the feet kind of legs crossed on a wall, looking out to the sea. And this one here reminds me of the, you know, our view is kind of fragmented again, you know, like that, like those posts in the boy who watches ships go by. So I think that it's, you know, she said that her landscapes are not always peopled, but there still exists a resonance of being. Resonance is crucial for her work, she says. So I think what I'm trying to kind of get at is that the resonances of those resonances of the sea in her landscapes, and resonances of being in those seas. So I think it's significant that these images that we have, where with feet in the frame, are, you know, the shoes are on. You know, they're not going into the water. They're firmly kind of on the land. And it makes me think of this again, this kind of compression of time. So, you know, there's people on the other sides of these shores, on the other sides of these oceans, either immediate family or ancestors. But, you know, beyond those kind of physical geographies, in the kind of beyond kind of temporal horizons, and that those things have those people and those have resonance of being, you know, right here and right now. So this kind of resonance of being, I think, appears as well in other places in her work. that you might not immediately think about as being to do with the ocean. So this is Lee Valley Park, hidden histories, heritage stories. So she was working with some fishermen who drained the water to count the fish, and this was kind of revealed, and all of these hidden things were revealed, and there were two barges, I think, that were revealed, and these kind of broken, submerged, not in water, but in the woods, in the earth, in the trees, in the leaves. These kind of traces of people as the waters would rise and fall. They would appear and disappear. So other times that she has boats, and Liz, you mentioned boats as well, and I think about these boats as always being on. They feature a lot in her work, but they're kind of not in they're never in the sea. They're kind of broken or stranded or at low tide, very much kind of on land. So it's this kind of connection again with the land and the sea. These coastlines all the time that the kind of two are together. That there's kind of journeys of across the seas, and the journeys across times are always kind of with us, kind of in on these shores, in these shoes. And this is just one last thing that I wanted to bring up in terms of where we might see kind of symbols of the sea or motifs of the sea in other work. So here from Landscape Trauma, I can't help but be reminded of some of these this other imagery, which is this wet sand is close to the shore. And Gilane, you was talking about what is, you don't know if it's the sea, if it's space, if it's land. We don't know kind of what this is. I can't help but see the kind of watery kind of waves here, the distinct kind of wateriness and the detailed patterns, and these oceanic size pieces. So that's what I kind of, that's one of the things that kind of shifted what I was thinking about when I wrote this short piece, and then coming to this exhibition and this carbon slowly turning and looking at these pieces more. I hadn't seen them in real life before. And this kind of repeated connectedness with the sea via these kind of shorelines as reminders, or these kinds of spectres. Are they spectres? Are they kind of acts of resonances of being? So you've got kind of one perspective where we might read these works as kind of filling in the gaps of history, of the past, and thinking about the Atlantic Ocean instead as a kind of psychic space that's home to multiple stories and experiences, across time, that's still living in this big, in these vast bodies of water still now, in the present where we are, where we go into the water, although not in these images. So these kind of stories and experiences have travelled over, with the tides, over great geographies and great temporal distances, and each wave kind of resonating with that being. And then when I get to these, this is what kind of shifts me into thinking about that in a broader scale. And Evan, I was so interested in your talk this morning and about that kind of these human connections and connections in mind, body, and spirit. And we're kind of talking about resonance on a much broader scale. Gilane, in the catalogue about landscape trauma, you say that the titles speak of the elemental forces of nature that cannot be seen by the naked eye or marked by a single human lifetime, like carbon slowly turning. And this, makes me have a kind of existential turn. And of course we're all just we're made up of carbon and water. And we're connected to the earth, and that our bodies, will just kind of keep on going in the kind of cycle of things. And does that kind of take the edge off or not? It reminds me again, of kind of this flattening out of experience and the compression of time and all those different points in time that Ingrid kind of flattens out into one plane. Again, Gilane is saying the exhibition invites us to reflect on geological time in relation to human time and the cyclical nature of history and human experience, where everything is subject to change, sometimes over hundreds and thousands of years, at other times in the blink of an eye. And, isn't that just kind of this kind of resonance of being, isn't that what we all kind of want? We want to leave some kind of resonance when we are no longer peopling the planet, but when we've kind of crossed that final border space into the unknown. And on that joyous note, that's the end. Thank you.
Just in time. Thank you both so much for those two wonderful reflections on Ingrid's work. So lots of questions, lots of common ground, I think, between your papers this afternoon. I just wanted to start, Liz, forgive me with this. So earlier today, when we met each other in the cafe, Liz confessed that she was more of a landscape person than a body person, and then immediately qualified that by saying, of course, landscape and the body are intermingled, are enmeshed, as Ingrid's work explores so powerfully. But that got me thinking about, sort of in the history of art, how at least portraiture and landscape are so held asunder. And in a sense, that's a very false binary, but one that speaks to that sort of way in which human time and geological time, catastrophically so, have also been seen as distinct, if that makes sense. And so I was really struck by, I don't know, Liz, if those were your words, but the kind of idea of pollution being scars in the landscape, or architectural scars.
It was Lola Young's word.
But I thought that was a really powerful
but I thought
word.
It was
A bodily word, scars.
Yeah.
And I thought just in your presentation, Ella, just you're drawing attention to the feet in relation to the landscape rather than just simply thinking of the figure dwarfed by landscape, that actually the way that Ingrid amplifies or sort of zooms in on the figure with these images of the feet on the ground. And so given that this relationship between the body and the land is so central to Ingrid's work and also so prominent within the exhibition in such a beautiful and profound way, I was wondering if each of you could sort of talk through that distinction in relation to what compels you about the work and about this exhibition.
I think the distinction is probably one of starting points. What questions are you asking? Because if you're thinking about the sensuous and the tactile, of course you're picking up the soil or the stones or whatever. But if the question you're asking is about the environment that, as Ella just reminded us, is much older than us and will be here, one assumes, for many, many millennia after us, that the environment seems more significant. And if you're interested in ecological ways of thinking, if you're challenging a sort of egocentric humanist position and you're thinking in terms of ecologies, we're a very small bit within that. And so, yes, but I'm also somebody who comes from London and chooses to live in a rural area, so near the water. So so for me, it's always about what question you're asking that propels the investigation. And I try to avoid ever thinking in binaries because they never explain anything.
Wonderful.
So that kind of makes me think about where I kind of got to myself when I was kind of thinking through this talk and body and land, and how when I said, you know, does the idea that everything's just going to, you know, kind of carry on and that we're all made of the same kind of stuff, you know, does that kind of take the edge off? You know, what I mean is you know, the inevitability of kind of death. If you know, is that something that we can find comfort in, that our bodies and lands, you know, are completely, you know, intertwined, and we're part of one another. And I have to be totally honest. So some of the reason why I kind of changed my tack. Has my microphone just got off? Okay, so yeah, so one of the reasons is that I was thinking about this kind of shift from these kind of stories across geographical planes and across time and space. So Oceans Apart, you know, does that very well. It's one of my favourite pieces, and there's so much in it. But one of the reasons why I kind of made that leap into a more of a kind of existential thing is partly this exhibition and what Gilane was saying in the catalogue. But we have Ingrid's father in Oceans Apart, and those kind of resonances of being that we have now in the present through the photographs and the letters. And then two of my very close friends, their fathers died in recent weeks. It's the anniversary of my own father's death next week. And I was on the fence about even talking about this, but then during lunch, another friend of mine, who I've known for 30 years, texted me to say her father had just died. And so I just can't, all of these kind of things just made me kind of make that shift into a kind of, I'm going to try and take some comfort from my body being part of the land and this kind of cycle just going on, because otherwise I don't know how to kind of manage that.
Thank you so much. Before we open up to questions, just a couple of other things that I wanted to ask you about for my own curiosity. But the detail, Ingrid's work is so oriented towards those details that we might otherwise miss as we move through different places, different sites. And so one of the things that's come up a lot today is landscape trauma and how striking it is to see those works in person and that kind of monumental scale. So thinking about that work and the sort of zooming in on and the amplification of the detail, also thinking about how, as Naomi Shaw sort of argues, that the detail itself has been gendered, female. I'm just wondering if we could talk a little bit about, as it sort of came up in both of your presentations, the detail and Ingrid's capacity to capture and to amplify and to foreground these details, and how that might even speak to questions of gender, race, etc.
You're trying to get us to talk in binaries again.
What, detail versus whole?
No, gender or...
Yeah, I know, but I mean, it's thinking about, you know, non-male artists over time engaged in certain forms of artistic practice that were oriented towards details as opposed to the grand ideal, for example. And Ingrid's work is so detail-oriented.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
I meant sort of gender as historically constructed, not in binary terms.
Well, and also you meant the work that was adopted into the tradition as opposed to the work that we don't know about because it was not in accord with the academic requirements of landscape or of portraiture or whatever.
And the abstraction of landscape as well as it's idealised.
I was trying to recall going for walks with Ingrid, which I have done, and they do tend to be quite slow because there is an awful lot to look at. And one of the great advantages of going for walks, not only with Ingrid, but other photographers who pay attention to detail, is that you look at your own environment differently. Because if we walk near my house, Ingrid is clocking things that are just there in my everyday. And I think that's actually something that is not uncommon for within what I will briefly call landscape photography, although I don't particularly like the term landscape, but that sort of investigative looking that is relatively typical, and I can cite male photographers as well as women photographers who really are out there quietly trying to understand this environment that we're in. But I have a question, if I may, and it's provoked by Ella and the shoes. Ingrid, you missed it, but Ella was talking about you always have your shoes on the shoreline. And it made me think with landscape trauma, for example, you know, on Linda's farm, did you ever walk barefoot? Do you ever feel with your feet, or do you retain the protection of the shoes? Sorry, I need to.
I guess I'd say it's more tender-footed, so I tend to... I mean, I go to flip-flops, but bare feet, not quite sure. Even when I have those neoplan shoes when I go in pebbly places, but I'm a soft-footed person.
I mean, it's not meant as a trivial question. It's really meant as to think about embodiment within our environment and all the methods of sensing and feeling and responding and so on. And it was just your drawing attention to the shoes. It wasn't something I'd thought about before that made me think about that real sinking in the mud that could be part of your method, but no.
I think that's just too much stimulation.
Ella, any thoughts on the detail?
Well, I mean, when I was going to do a talk about texture and tone, that was, you know, that would have been a big part of that, because that is one of the joys of working with Ingrid's practice, is because there's so many details and there's so many things you can just keep going with it and keep unraveling and kind of keep unpacking, and why you can spend, you know, so long looking at just one or two images or one or two pieces of work, because she managed to fit so much in, but so quietly. And you were talking about that earlier, and I think that as well. You know, it's just such quiet work, but that just has, you know, all of this stuff in it. And the stuff in it isn't necessarily quiet either, but it's just presented in this such a careful and slow and beautiful way. It also just made me think, when you were talking about gender, I was thinking about you know, what it is to be a photographer, and kind of what Ingrid does with photography in terms of other kinds of work and other materials and media that she uses, you know, for screen printing and ceramics, and then the project that I've commissioned Ingrid to do is that she's been looking at lace, you know, which obviously has all kinds of, you know, things we could kind of talk about in terms of that.
And books and the boxes.
I'm glad that you mentioned the lace, because that's what I was getting at with the detailing.
Yeah.
One last quick question about framing, because it seemed to be something that was cropping up in both of your talks. The significance, the importance of the frame, how things shift as they're reframed. Liz, you mentioned that seeing the Seaside series and the frames that they're in here.
Yes.
You didn't...
I didn't remember them being set back, you know, contained within the box. I remembered them as flatter. That may tell you more about my memory than the installation, but and I was thinking about, well, I was just wondering actually if they were always set in the box. They were they? Yeah.
Well, I loved the idea
really,
of framing
really
as a means of
important.
inclusion or exclusion. I thought was so
yes,
powerful.
but framing, well, it's both, isn't it? Because on the one hand, there's the absolute attention to what is included, and then the next moment you're being asked to think about the fact that a decision has been made by the drawing attention to the act of framing, in particularly the you know, the set of 4 overlapping frames when we're looking up at the hill and so on. I mean, regarding the frame, which tells us precisely what we're supposed to be thinking about. You know, the decision to frame something and not something else, which is one of the sources of the critique of traditional landscape photography, because the framing is often from below or to one side, so that we're required to look differently.
Thank you. Any thoughts on what the frame does, what the frame can do?
Well, in terms of just kind of straightforward photography, I'm a terrible photographer, and I don't understand at all about kind of framing, and renowned in my circles and family. But in terms of the kind of, there's like Oceans Apart and Seaside series, those are, you know, with all of the things inside the frame, and they're just, you know, I love them, I love those pieces, and you know, the fact that they're not separated, that we haven't got the photograph and then some text next to it and then maybe the object somewhere else, but instead it's the whole, you know, the whole artwork, it's all of the stuff that's in there all together that have to be in relation to each other all the time for us to kind of really begin to try to understand it. Yeah, and they're kind, you know, text images, you know, it's not the image and then the kind of text, you know, they've got to be together.
In the same frame.
In the same frame, yeah.
Great, thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the crowd? I know you've got lots of questions. I'm here with my mic. Yes. Thank you.
Was it for me? No.
Are you sure? Yeah, thanks so much for those really kind of insightful discussions and conversations. I just had, Ella, in relation to your title of your work, which is called Bodies of Water, which made me think of kind of hydrofeminism and queer ecologies and so on, and then going back to your idea of not wanting to kind of have a binary kind of relationship to nature. And so, you know, you talked about beaches and shorelines as being kind of sites in a constant state of becoming and a constant state of flux. And of course, water is also a metaphor kind of for fluidity and so on. And so I just wondered whether you could speak in relation to Ingrid's work and in regards to kind of queer ecologies and this idea of being in constant states of becoming.
Oh, I don't know if I can do that justice, actually. I mean, just going around the gallery downstairs, then you see all the different ways that Ingrid is interpreting what she might mean by, you know, bodies moving through space or the body in the space, and all those different kind of ways that we might think about the term body, like if you're thinking about it in terms of art history and the kind of, you know, that kind of way. But I don't know, that's terrible, but I don't think I can speak to that, actually. I don't feel, my headspace is somewhere so different right now. I don't think I can. That's such a great question, and I'm really sorry that I don't feel like I could do it justice, so I'm not going to ramble and pretend that I can. Maybe anyone else would like to comment on that.
Anyone?
There's a very good book called Bodies of Water by Nimanas, which you may know, which begs... I was sort of thinking, that would be a very, very long discussion to embark on. Yeah.
Any other questions? Yeah, Sarah.
Thank you. Thanks both for your papers. I think the question or thoughts are to Liz, but actually stretch across some of the other discussions this morning. And it's really about the site of the exhibition. And Liz, you spoke really evocatively as the exhibition as like moments of meeting Ingrid's work and moments of having different realizations or coming to different thoughts about the work. And it just got me thinking about how the exhibitions that you talked about in your paper, but also the experience of seeing the exhibition downstairs as well, is that it is the work as well. And it's sort of, you know, just a shift in thinking about the exhibition as this like, either a final point or an end point in a work's life where you put it on display and it's there, and it connects to what you were saying, Cora, about display and framing, but it's part of the work itself, and perhaps the boxed works as well and the frameworks speak to that mode of making exhibitions in themselves. So it's really about the relationship between particularly photographic images and exhibition making, but the exhibition being as much part of the work itself as a method of display.
Yes, I mean, I lost it immediately, but I think you said when it's finished and goes on the wall. But actually, isn't that where the work starts? Yeah, the work exists for the artist, but it isn't in conversation until it doesn't have to be on the wall, but in a public space. And actually it's in conversation with its context, the difference between a leisure centre and an art gallery, or the difference between an empty gallery, which I haven't experienced here because everyone else has been in it at the same time as me, how dare they? But, you know, I know how different the experience of this show, which I think is brilliantly titled, would be if I had the whole show to myself for a couple of hours. And I would probably spend much longer with individual pieces because I would feel it was very much my experience. Whereas here, the fact that we're here at an event also changes the looking and the engagement and the thinking. So actually the coming to a resolution of a project for someone, and that includes for, you know, speaking as a curator, the coming to the resolution of a project is when the show opens. But that's the beginning of the conversation, the response, and the setting off of whatever fluid resonances are going to wander out there, and you hope, you know, make their own waves to pick up on that metaphor.
Resonances seems to be a really key word for this session. Any more questions we ask our online audience? Lauren.
Thank you so much. I always try to form a question, but it never works. So if I may, just a little bit of a reflection. I feel the show, like carbon slowly turning, becomes a diamond. And in this jewel, over time, there's been so much that's been compressed and condensed. And in some ways, it makes it feel as though the show's late in its accolades, but also at the same time, completely on time, in that people of the African diaspora are centralised in terms of their relationship with the land and the voices that we have, the conversations that we have with the land. And that almost in that condensing of time through the way that the show's curated, there's a kind of collapsonomics that brings us at a time that can allow us to have a new beginning, a new relationship with the environment. So, yeah, thank you.
Oh, that's a really interesting comment, and you made me think immediately of the video, which I've hardly had time to look at, but the way it's installed and the reference to wallpaper, I suppose, but anyway in the gallery, that is actually symbolic sort of icons of rural workers on the land. And then this complex conversation that starts through the video that I assume goes on, but I had about 5 minutes and then had to come up here. And time isn't linear, it's sort of layered. And we look at it differently according to the questions we're asking right this moment, I think. And you make the point very strongly. Thank you.
I just... Lauren's point got me thinking, let's see if I can articulate this. Okay, so Liz said if she could sum up Ingrid's work in one word, it would be vanguard, which I thought was wonderful and so true. Ingrid's going to hate this, and just bear with me, because I'm going to explain. But the word that comes to mind for me that sums up Ingrid's work, bear with me, is eccentric. Now, I don't mean in terms of how we tend to understand that word as sort of charmingly unconventional, although those of us that know Ingrid personally know that she's both of those things. But actually, I mean eccentric in the kind of etymological or astrodynamic sense of that word. So the opposite of concentric. So eccentric meaning a way of orbiting a center that's not a perfect circle, that's elliptical. I think elliptical, also meaning poetic and suggestive, is another word that I think also captures the sort of profound beauty and utterly unique nature of what Ingrid does. So I think this concept of eccentricity provides, yeah, a useful way of thinking about how Ingrid as an artist orbits around the centre in this very distinct way, around hegemonic histories and images and identities, and the sort of mainstream culture, ephemera, the historical record, the way that she sees and interprets what she experiences, pub signs, tourist attractions, and the way that she decenters what she encounters during these experiences, during her journeys and her path and her orbit. So eccentric is a word for me that, in a sort of astrodynamic sense, for me captures not only Ingrid's work, but just Ingrid as an individual artist as well. So I just wanted to share that, seeing as you had one word, I thought I'd have my one word too. Okay, we've got a question up there, and then we'll open it up to online. Oh, you've got a mic. Perfect.
Hello. I wanted to ask if any of you had any thoughts on considering the work to be carnivalesque. And I say that in the context of the idea of eccentricity and its changing shape of understanding of what it means to express oneself. And the idea that the carnivalesque in the everyday is eccentricity, an expression of self.
Depends how you define carnivalesque. How are you defining it?
I'm defining it as a way of living a good life. A way of expressing what can't be said but felt.
Because there's a way of thinking of carnivalesque as the moment of release from the norm, isn't there? If you think about, I don't know, city carnivals, or you think about the writer Bakhtin, who talked about the carnivalesque as a sort of a release of the repressed that is organised so that it's allowed only for 1 day or 3 days or something, and then the social order, which is a political order, is returned. But I'm sort of thinking on my feet here, but how that works in individual terms is possibly about letting yourself not be yourself in a contained fashion, but letting go and letting things happen. I guess the person to actually ask about that is Ingrid.
I mean, carnivalesque, it's interesting because that word seems like, in a sense, quite, I love it, but it's quite a noisy word, and so much of what we've been speaking about today is about silence. Yeah. Or at least, not the unsaid. But I love that idea of carnivalesque. It's great.
The reason I say it is because the gallery space is the constrained space. That's kind of where it's coming from. It's like it's kind of at odds with each other because it's the one space that you have rules and order and instruction on how to navigate it. And if you've never been to an art gallery, you kind of look to other people to see what their rules are. You know, can I talk here? People talk louder in the shop than they do in the gallery, you know? And how do you experience that space if you're someone that isn't used to that? And can you be carnivalesque in that space? Can you be eccentric in that space? Can the work be? I guess they're just questions I have.
Thank you.
Ingrid wants to.
I just guess I was answering some of that the three figures at the end, which is collaboration with Ollie Smart, who's here today, there's something about uncontained about them, that they're constantly threatening. Before there was the barrier in front and people like going around behind them, and it felt very scary then. But there's something about when, as soon as that barrier's up, they're still trying to sort of get out and move towards us and become a little more unrestrained. So there is that thing of pulling and throwing, pulling and the opposite of pulling and pushing going on. So that carnivalesque where things are unrestrained for a little while, it sort of feels like it's happening with them through the entire run as they, you know, they pop their wires and things like that and behave badly in a strange way, even though they're mechanical. There is that idea of unrestrainedness, and a certain extent that's happening with all of the sort of physical, the rowing and the tango. And I think when I was working with the editor with the rowing and the tango, the fact that those women are caught in that boat, and the women who are dancing the tango are also caught in that little box, and that repetitive movement, there is that pull and pull and trying to break out constantly. And I think that's addressing some of that sort of queer idea of space as well. So is that, wanting a bit of tension to be actually in those, and if that can break out and happen in photographs, or it has to be within a moving image. So yeah, just trying out lots of things throughout the space, I think.
But those figures in the end room are ominous, because in that you hear them from the room before and you don't know what you're going to encounter. And I thought I was going to encounter something that was about industrialization, which indeed I did, but it was some sort of very unsettling version of industrial sorts of sounds.
Yeah, I think because you've gone through the space, there's always that sense that there's some physicality or sinuousness going on.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, that goes back to what we were saying before about what you were saying. There's about flat work in frames, and the sort of the frame as a kind of container of that energy. Should we open it up to online questions? No? Okay, has anyone got any more questions in the room? Can you just pass this? Thank you.
Hi. Can I just throw into that sort of thinking about boundaries and places of safety or containment or whatever, the notion of being fearful in the environment for whatever reason, just that.
Again, that might be one for Ingrid. Fear. We've talked about this before. No? Okay. Any thoughts on being fearful in the environment and how that might become visible in Ingrid's work?
Excuse me, so I don't know if this is going to meet your comment exactly where you kind of might want it, but these thoughts have been building over with a few questions about the kind of curating in the space, and if you're not used to being in a space, in an art gallery, whether that's a kind of safe space or not. So I was, from a curating practice, I think a lot about those other kinds of things that go on and those kind of decisions. So I was interested to hear about the decision, in the discussion earlier about where, you don't have the labels in this exhibition, and I just really love that's been something that's been part of the decision-making process. That this isn't just. It's not just the work, but everything that goes along with putting on an exhibition, from how you even go about inviting the artist to begin with, to all of those processes that go kind of alongside the run of it, kind of listening to the artists and their intentions, and everything, that kind of whole fabric that makes up the exhibition. That's not just this kind of nice polished show at the end and that kind of nice tapestry, but all that kind of messy stuff on the underside. So I just kind of wanted to speak to a few of those things about how the kind of process of putting on the exhibition and the space and all of those things, they all kind of have to kind of meet, and they all have to be active, I guess, in order to try and make it a safe space for people to come and try and encounter some of the work that's there.
I had a completely different response to that, actually.
I was talking more about actually being in the physical
Yes,
environment.
I was, yeah. And it reminded me of, my question is fearful of what? Because on a stormy day, if you're at sea, being fearful in the environment is entirely rational, and you probably shouldn't have gone out. But the question of what fear restrains you from doing, which is interesting. And I remember many years ago, actually, giving a talk on women and landscape, which will have included some of your work, Ingrid. And I was in Florida, and I was suggesting that women don't have the same permission to wander alone and are more likely to be questioned and are more likely to pay a lot of attention to what they're wearing in order to be not noticed and so on. And one of the guys who was working there said, but that's not just being about being a woman, this is a binary, it's about whether or not it's your environment. And he said, as a black man from the Bronx, if I'm making work, I'm not going to go out in the southern states without having a weapon with me, you know, which shocked me because I come from England and we don't go around, we don't have gun licenses, or at least most of us don't. I don't know who does have a gun license. But that was, I remember that because it immediately broke that, cut across this binary thing of, well, women haven't had permission. Lots of people haven't had permission in various different circumstances, categories, power hierarchies, and all the rest. So other humans impose an order that makes you feel unsafe, but the non-human world is much bigger than us, and in certain respects also asks us to think carefully about whether we should be in that place. I have a friend who works in Svalbard in the Arctic, and they do 24-hour polar bear watch, and they're also armed, and they're white men. So it's actually what you're afraid of, and is it rational to be afraid? And should you be able to be there unafraid, waiting at a bus stop late at night or something like that, and so on. So I don't think it's, there's not a yes-no solution. And it's also about personality and risk. And I think it's a conversation, because I've talked a lot with people who make photography in relation to landscape environment. It's a discussion I've often had about what they want to do, what they feel they can do, and what they feel is too much of a risk to make it worth trying to do it. And that's in the making of work. That's in the asking of questions.
Yeah, it's really interesting to draw that distinction between fear of other humans and fear of the non-human. And you mentioned the fear that holds you back. And in Ingrid's work, whatever fears and reservations and trepidations you would inevitably have as a black walker in the Lake District, for example, Ingrid never let that hold her back. And I think the fearlessness of that work is part of its power. Also, speaking of fear of the non-human, I remember, Ingrid, it was you who told me about belted Galloways. If anyone has belted Galloways type of cow, one of the more aggressive varieties of cow. So now when I see them while walking, I'm like, I'm going to stay away. Online question?
Comment here from Jacqueline Ennis-Cole, who did a paper at a previous conference. So she said, fear is said to be a defense mechanism. Perhaps opening to fear is an opening into a defensive field, and feeling into that emotional field. Perhaps feeling the fear is not the same as fear as a defense in itself, which I thought was an interesting comment.
Interesting, thank you, Sheena. Yeah, Gilane. This one, okay.
I think no one's really talked about the figure of the young woman bowing, and where that comes from, and the idea of deference. And I think that's a really, really important part of a number of the works on show downstairs. The idea of who defers to who and in what circumstances. It's not the same as fear, but it very much speaks to relations of power, colonial power, inequalities around gender and sexuality and race and so on. But I think that's, and those kinetic figures, and as well as the kind of lesbian images that are facing the figures in the last gallery, are really, really important sort of turn against deference, which I think is very appropriate in our Jubilee year, Ingrid.
And the statement above in the gallery, the I will not bow.
Yeah.
Yeah, which, if you didn't get it first, yeah.
Thanks, Gilane. Any other questions?
Oh, I think we're being told.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, thank you all so much for a lovely discussion, and thank you to our two speakers for such enriching presentations.
Thank you.
Okay.
All good. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. Good to see you all again. This is going to be a hybrid event, Ajamu in person, which is fantastic, and Sheena Calvert will actually be, will she be appearing on the big screen? Yes. I think that's the intention. Hopefully she'll appear any moment. But this is a really good opportunity for me to plug the exhibition catalogue, which I meant to do this morning, but I forgot. There is an exhibition catalogue, and it's got some really excellent texts in it by quite a range of writers: Anna Arabindan Kesson, Cheryl Finley, Paul Gilroy, Gilane as well, of course. Have I forgotten anyone? Oh, Mason Lever Yap, thank you very much. Really good essays, so I strongly recommend you get a copy if you can. I'm really excited about this session as well. So Sheena Calvert is the designer of the book, and I think we got to her, Ingrid wanted to work with her, having spoken to Ajamu about a book that he'd been doing. And if Ajamu looks familiar to you, it's because you've already seen him a couple of times in the exhibition downstairs. I'll leave it at that and hand over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Right, so
have I popped up on screen, Ajamu? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, lovely.
Nice to see you.
Hey, beautiful, how you doing?
Hello. Hi, everyone.
Right, don't make me laugh, Sheena, don't make me laugh.
No,
okay.
no, I try not to,
Okay.
Thank you so much. Am I ready to go ahead then?
Yeah.
Shall I start? Yeah?
Yes. Yes, lovely. You can start, lovely.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, first let me apologise to everybody for not being there in person. I'm afraid I couldn't make it today. You might actually hear a little bit of noise in the background. You can see I'm in a rather fancy public space, but hopefully it won't be too bad. So I'm going to share my screen because Ajamu doesn't like technology, so I have to share it from here. So let me go ahead and do it. Hold on one second.
Don't come for me on record, Sheena.
No, absolutely not. Okay, hold on one second. So, wait, is that showing fine on screen? Yeah?
Yes, lovely, yeah.
Great, wonderful. It's not being cut off, no? Okay. Great, thanks so much, everybody. Yeah, my name is Sheena Calvert, and I am a designer. An artist, a writer, and for my sins, a philosopher. So I'm interested in a number of different things. Ajamu can introduce himself. Would you like to introduce yourself, Ajamu?
I'm Ajamu artist, I'm archivist, radical sex activist, mischief maker, cultural producer,
yeah,
theory head sometimes.
Yeah, chief mischief maker, absolutely. You'll notice that we've started this presentation with a picture of Ajamu. Just to give you the heads up, we're going to close with one as well. So he's at the beginning and the end of this. He's bookended the whole thing. So I'm going to talk with you briefly today for about 10 minutes about the process of designing the catalogue book, which Anthony has shown you with Ingrid. And as he mentioned, I worked with Ingrid by request, partly because of the connection through Ajamu, and it's been a really wonderful process and taken some period of time, over a year, maybe closer to a year and a half before we got to the final. So I'm just going to talk with you about a couple of ideas. This is something that Ajamu had found that Ingrid had said a while ago. Because I work in photography, I have to interrogate my medium. I'm going to say the same thing, that because I work in books, because I'm a book designer primarily in my design work, I have to interrogate my medium. And the medium that I interrogate is the book itself. This is quite a funny little image here. This is one of the first kind of real sketches I did for Ingrid, and you'll see that I'm testing out just a sort of type treatment there. This can board grey, 300 grams. I tried very, very hard to get this stock for the cover of the book. There was no budget for this stock. So I wanted this stock because it was referencing the materiality of landscape in some way. Now, I needed to learn a lot about Ingrid's work over time. I spent a year with the work, slowly coming to understand her work. It wasn't easy sometimes. And as in a recent review, somebody said that with Ingrid's work, there are no easy punchlines. So that's absolutely true. So when I first started thinking about the materiality of this book for Ingrid, I started thinking about ground and landscape, but also time and movement and space. So we had no budget for this stock, but everybody on board, especially at MK, knows how hard I tried to get it. Then what I did is I pulled out a bit later one of my 54 typewriters. Yes, you heard me correctly. I have 54 typewriters. This is my Hermes 3000. It's the same kind of typewriter, not the same one, that Jack Kerouac typed on the road on. And I used this in order to type up some of the quotations which Ingrid had provided, which gave me another level of understanding of her work. These quotations are by various people. The last one you see here is by, I believe, by Maya Angelou. And they were these kinds of links into the themes of the work, and they ended up being part of what's shown in the exhibition as well. But I hand typed all of these for the book because I'm interested in the kind of material. You'll note that in the top left, my O, that particular O, I squashed it too hard and it pushed straight through the paper. So a very, very kind of material kind of practice. I tried at one time another typewriter which types italic, but unfortunately Ingrid didn't like this, so I went back and typed them all again and was happy to do that. But yeah, that was quite a process. So I'm going to show you some of the sketches that I did, because I want to just kind of use these as a way to talk about the way that I design a book. You'll note that I've got my friend's birthday noted in the top right. That's because I always work in my notebooks and I've got all kinds of things going on in there at the same time. But at the top there, you've got the longitude and latitude lines. This came out of a conversation between myself and Ingrid and Gilane around the idea of movement and of coordinates. So again, I'm thinking about this idea of landscape. So what I did is, if you look at the catalogue, you'll see that all of the page numbers are on these coordinate systems and they move around deliberately. They move around on the pages. They're deliberately not on a grid, because one of the very first things Ingrid said to me is that she absolutely did not want a grid, because in a way, a grid fixes things in time and space. It's a rigid framing of a kind of, fixing things on the page. And she wants to enable the resistance to a rigid framing of images. So I wanted to follow that with her in the work. So that's one of the sketches I did there. And this was an interesting conversation that came up. You'll see that at the top there, the sketch is showing you that I thought again about a horizon line and a way of indicating a sort of above and below. And at that time, the page numbers were sitting quite simply on the pages, but this sort of directional line with a small arrow to move you through from left to right. And then there was a discussion about, would the index kill close reading? And I wanted to explain that because there was a conversation about whether having an index for the book at the back of the book would stop people from engaging with the work and with the texts. And I think that this was a really fascinating conversation, a fascinating decision about a kind of way of getting you to really spend time and really focus on things rather than kind of giving you a kind of lazy understanding of something, which is the index tells you what to look for. So then I just kind of expanded that out a little bit and started thinking about the ways in which the pages might move. And I always work this way because I've been working for a long time. I'm quite familiar with working on, you know, kind of like little thumbnail sketches. So in the middle of what else I was doing, I'd sort of stop what I was doing and go off and do some sketches and put out some ideas for the for the work. So all the time, what I'm doing is I'm grappling with Ingrid's body of work, with the many decades of different kinds of work, understanding the materiality of that work and the different forms it takes. And I'm simultaneously thinking about how we might kind of organize that work into a series of pages which didn't kind of kill the energy of the work. And then we get to the point where we actually had some texts coming in, and those texts here, you can see I'm doing a simple kind of count of how many pages they're going to take, because I had to do a little bit of maths, and I've only got 192 pages, and I've got an awful lot of images, over 100 odd images, if not more. And so I've got more images than pages, and then a whole bunch of texts as well. So then we have to start making decisions, and you'll see that this kind of horizon line is still moving through the pages. And at this point, I had to set up a grid without telling Ingrid that I was setting up a grid, because Ingrid didn't want a grid. So the grid had to come in some way, but what it had to do was be a very light grid, something that would allow things to move and flow, but without kind of fixing them and kind of killing them off, as I'd said before. So because Ingrid's work was so opposed to the idea of griddedness, I needed a structure, but I also wanted to avoid that rigidity of fixed frames. So then I moved on to some decisions about typefaces, and that first little sketch I showed you on the paper was actually my very crude initial sketch of the typeface Caslon. Caslon is a really interesting typeface. It was originally produced in the late 1700s, and it was very much associated with England and also with the Industrial Revolution. And I was thinking about the transformation of the landscape during the Industrial Revolution. Of course, all of the references that period has to privilege, power, and all of the themes of Ingrid's work. So all of this is going on at the same time. Then you'll see here I'm doing the Wordle on the left, that became a thing. And then I'm also changing my voicemail on the right. And at the same time, above that, I'm designing Ingrid's cover and thinking about the materiality of that cover and how much we can do to make the cover a kind of beautiful introduction to the themes of the book. I should point out that one of the things that happened with this particular book is that we didn't produce the sections chronologically because the chronology, was not the right way to go with her work. So we put together Ingrid's work thematically. And I want to quote from Ingrid here to echo Ingrid's desire to, quote, maintain a resistance to a historic linear positioning of the work. So that lack of chronology, not going from beginning to end to the most recent work, from the first work to the most recent work, is a way of, within the book, resisting that same thing. So then one of the other really crucial decisions was that we did not allow the text to dominate the images. Ingrid was absolutely clear about this, and I really understand this. It's very important to point here. One of the reasons why most of the text and small images stayed above this horizon line is because we wanted there to be many images on the pages, and rather than have captions with each of the images, we put the captions for the images, very minimal ones, in the very back of the book. So this was absolutely about allowing the images to be foregrounded, and the kind of the kind of material quality of the images, albeit printed, because of course a book is a very different thing to seeing the physical work in the exhibition. But we wanted to reinforce that rather than sort of overwhelm it with text. So this is the cover of the book that we ended up with, and this is what you'll see when you actually look at the book itself. And remember that I tried to get this other rather fancy paper, and then we ended up trying to create the illusion of that paper by printing on the wrong side of the card cover, so that we could create something of a kind of textural quality to that work. I want to just make a couple of other comments before I go on, and then I'm going to hand over to Ajamu, who's going to then tell me which slides he wants me to show. I wanted to say, this is one of my favorite beautiful quotations that Ingrid provided. Consider for a moment the silence, this terrible white space, all the things we never say and why. And I thought long and hard about this quote and how it might be implied within the book because of the spaces that are in there. I want to just close this part by saying that in Ingrid Pollard's work, it's been said that geographical time and human time are intertwined. The object we name the book produces similar temporal intertwinings. And so I wanted to connect it to the themes of her work, traveling paths of both slowness and speed. So at some point in the book, you have to stop and reflect upon this terrible silence, this kind of quiet space of reflection on the things she's showing. And at other times, you're moving through more quickly. By doing this, a book embodies what I call deep time. It engages the body itself in the act of reading, reflecting, and understanding. And this is true both with respect to the process of making it and its outcome. Remember that I said that it was a year and more of work. And so I was able to work alongside Ingrid in great detail, co-developing the book itself. She was very much a part of this process. I did not receive text and images and go away and just produce something on a grid and give it back. This was very much about a collaboration between myself and Ingrid, and also Gilane had a lot of contribution there. And these processes took place alongside the development of the exhibition itself. So over a period of over this period of time of over a year, it was a twofold journey of discovery for me, both of Ingrid's work and of the complex world it reveals. But also in the end, working with Ingrid was one of coming to understand the importance of looking versus the speed of simply seeing. That is to say, stopping and thinking and reflecting rather than rushing by. So I want to thank her for the opportunity of being able to do that. So those are my comments on the design of the book. Ajamu, I'm going to hand over to you, and I think that we're now talking through some of the ideas around Ingrid's work from the perspective of materiality. Ajamu, over to you. Tell me when you want me to put the next slide up.
Thank you, lovely. I kind of want to start with 2 words. A few people have used kind of 1 word already, but I'm going to be extra and have 2 words. And there's 2 words that comes to mind when I think about Ingrid's work, and its sensuousness and tactility. And so actually, and there's been a lot of talk about process, but actually what seems to be missing is pleasure and process, the pleasure in making something actually. And we've seen stones and sand and shoes and boxes, right, yeah? And also in terms of the choice of papers and chemicals, and things like smell comes into the frame. Basically, I kind of want to talk about darkroom frottage and the way that kind of like I'm process materials to rub up against each other literally and metaphorically as well. So then actually that's what I am get from Ingrid's practice. So then actually, if I'm then, let's say that I'm Ingrid touching those chemicals in the darkroom, those chemicals also self-touch, right? Yeah, right? So then Ingrid then touch the chemicals and they also touch Ingrid too. So then that means that we have to have a different conversation around process and intimacy. And so then once again, for me, what it kind of always come back to is that the body is front and center. So then I have a claim to make that actually lots of work by black and queer artists gets read through the lens of representation and content, especially in terms of photography. However, what is missing is process and making. What else is going on that might inform the making of the image? Next slide, please. Sheena.
You just reminded me, Ajamu, that we should have called this presentation The Pleasure of Process. So
yes.
Yeah, the pleasure of
Yes.
process. But anyway, yeah. Ajamu and I, we're going to be interrupting each other all the time, by the way, just so you know in the audience. Lovely.
We do it anyway, so.
Yeah, we do it all the time. We work together all the time.
Yeah, I'm just so basically it's on how I'm doing talk about process in a relation to pleasure and sensuousness. And so once again, I'm saying that there's ways that the artist makes work that gets sidestepped, right? Yeah, and then far out often our work is read through a socio-logical framework. And then what that does, I think it then does a disservice to the artist if we only funnel it through one lens. And then what that actually does, it takes the process away from the body. So then actually, and we are moved further away from the physical body of the artist in the space making work. And then the prints that Ingrid has made over and the years, right? Yeah, there's a physicality to that work. And so then once again, we need to account for the physicalness and the labor that's involved in making this thing called the photograph. And of course, I'm curious around what is Ingrid playing when she was inside the darkroom, right? Yeah. Also, what was Ingrid wearing inside the darkroom? And that's because I think that these things actually might influence how we then might print the work. So then, once again, I keep coming back to the body and sensuousness and touch. Yeah. So then, sound is key. I'm sound of the water, right? Yeah. And there might be music. How does that inform how the work is being produced? Atmosphere. Yeah. How does that inform the work? I've got moisture in here. Hey, and that's because like I'm Ingrid has also worked in various darkrooms over the years as well, and some of those darkrooms have been kitchen spaces. So then once again, how does that play out in terms of the process and the making work? So and because like time, and so then I think that within the darkroom space there's a different notion of time that happens. I think that actually time kind of slows down, or it just operates and differently. I think that one loses time, right? Yeah, right. And you could argue that one might lose a sense of identity in that space. And for me, then the thing that I love about artists who work in the darkroom is that it's a very experiential way of working. And the reason why I kind of want to talk about the darkroom space is because when I read the work of lots of photographers who work with film, it's like, oh, they work with a camera, they work with film, but actually, and then darkroom space is rarely interrogated. And so actually, I'm saying that the darkroom space also has its own materiality as well. So then those, and those are then other kind of thinking I'm around. Ingrid Pollard's work, and so then once again, I'm saying that the photographer and their materials are always already entangled, and then within that, and we should not lose sight of kind of and the sensuousness of some of that work, including the process of making the work as well. And I'm of course, if you are then dealing with the visual, right, yeah, right, somehow all the kind of senses get pushed to one side also. And, you know, I think that it's important that we try and articulate all the senses as much as possible, So actually, when I then see the portrait of me outside taken by Ingrid, actually, what comes to mind is I'm not my black body in the landscape. It's the green, it's the grass. I can still smell the grass. I can still smell chicken sometimes, but that's by the by. So then, once again, it's how do we account for sensation within the process, and not just the things that we are working with, but the actual process itself is sensorial, tactile, material, and pleasure. And then also, I'm going to go one step further and push the boat out slightly, and then I'm going to say that the process is erotic. And then what I then mean by that, and this and that comes out of the work of Audre Lorde, and then there's one line, and that says actually that the erotic is not only a question of what we do, it is how acutely, and this is a key word, we are aware in the doing. And that means actually, if we are so attuned in the process itself, right, yeah, right, and with who we are and what we are and the body, it's erotic, right, yeah. And so then once again, and that's where I kind of want to kind of stop and say thank you, Ingrid, for your gift of photography. You're just badass, Ingrid, basically.
Are we showing any of the other slides?
And
just shoving it along a little, yeah?
And we're showing pinhole images, and so
yes.
And once again, I love how Ingrid just works with a range of cameras, and then always harking back to the tradition of photography that she's part of. So naturally, I think it's very key, and that Ingrid always acknowledges that she's part of this tradition, and at the same time moves away from it simultaneously. So then actually, that's what I then get from these pinhole portraits. And then I also then love the ghostly nature of the work as well, because then what that then does is then to bring us straight back to its surface. Yeah, Sheena,
right.
I'm done.
Apologies for the fact that I was pushing it along too far. Do you want to
lovely.
go to the next one now? Yeah.
I've said what I needed to say, but this is we have a quote from Ingrid. This is from Ingrid's wonderful PhD. Right, so Sheena, do you want to forward, and then we get onto Spit and Spider?
Yeah, and then we've got some questions for each other, I think, at the end, and then we'll open it up to the room. So I had pointed out this, which I'm also reading. I'm 2/3 of the way through, Ingrid, you'll be pleased to know, your PhD, and I'm a good student. I do my reading, but this is a really fantastic quotation, I think, for this thing that I was explaining earlier. So. Really just wanted to put this image in because it's truly one of my favorites. This beautiful body of work, which you can see in the exhibition, and just this idea of the kind of material, focusing on the materiality from Landscape Interrupted. And this again, Ajamu, did you want to talk about this, or did you feel that you covered this point? Scope of practice in the breaking through of the limiting conventional art history and sociological framings of works, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
Yeah.
Grand. And we concluded talking about Ingrid's work here with this image, obviously, of a bow down and very low, because it's such a powerful piece of work. And unfortunately, I couldn't bring the sound into the presentation, but you've heard, you can probably hear it from the gallery right now, yeah, cranking away. So that idea of bringing in the, you know, the senses, the different sensory aspects. Ajamu, did you want to say anything about this work?
I didn't expect this work, actually. I'm so basically, the beauty of the show is that I'm actually coming across work that I've either seen in print or I'm basically just seen for the first time, and then walking through, and then there's these kind of alive objects. I'm like, oh, I didn't know that Ingrid did objects like this. A book as an object, yes, but not this kind of stuff. I was like, oh. And so I'm mesmerized by its aliveness.
Having worked with Ingrid's body of work for such a long period of time, and as I say, it wasn't made easy for me to understand it. I had to work to understand it, which was an amazing experience. It was such a joyful experience, really getting to know this work and getting to know Ingrid. But I wasn't prepared for this work in the gallery when I actually saw it and heard it, because I'd only ever seen these pictures. So I had no idea what this work actually did, you know. So walking into the gallery and seeing it, of course, is a completely different experience. So what we wanted to do was just very, very briefly, and there shouldn't be a black line around that red, but never mind. See the designer in me jumping and being critical. I don't know where that's come from. I wanted, Ajamu, if it's okay with you, I'm going to talk briefly about Spit and Spider. Ajamu and I have known each other for over 20 years. I took away from him for about 10, but he turned up again. It's a joke. We just lost touch. And then he arrived one day and said, I'm ready to do the book now. And I said, oh, okay, well, let's crack on then. And after a long hiatus, we decided to work together and produce a book of his work. What we realized is that we have a lot in common around our kind of love of the sensual object, sensual book, the sensual photograph. We love ideas, we love art, we love philosophy, we love everything. You know, we love it all. And so we decided that we would come together and build a little kind of venture for ourselves, which is just a place where we could pour that love of those things, and we've called it Spit and Spider Press. And this is from I'm getting a thing saying people can see my application. Can you still see the image on screen? Yeah.
Yeah, Sheena, yeah.
Still on screen, Johnny? Yeah, okay.
Yes, love, yeah.
So this is a publishing house called Spit and Spider Press, and Spit and Spider comes from Bataille, of course, which comes from something that Ajamu was interested in. And the first project that we did for Spit and Spider was a book for Ajamu. And the book, these are the end papers for that book. Which are a series of prints from what year, Ajamu? I've forgotten what year these came from.
97, I think it is.
1997, right. We worked very closely with the printer who printed these white ink on black paper for us, tried out silver, tried out different colors, but we ended up with white on black, which is quite a beautiful, beautiful end paper for the book. But we were really interested in the material objects, in the kind of sensuality of the object. So we just sort of went for it, really. I, again, as is my way of working, did many sketches. They're very similar to these contact sheets. For me, they're like contact sheets. I'm trying out ideas. I'm posing questions about how the space moves and the imagery moves. And I was determined to line up that colon with the heel of the stiletto. And I cannot tell you how much I tortured the printer by trying to get them to position it on press in such a way that we could cut it and fold it and still and cover the book and still retain that relationship. So it was very much about celebrating the body and the sensuality of the object, the book, and also of the of the work itself. So this was an archive of Ajamu's work, And this is the edition with the a belly band around it, which contains a quote from Stuart Hall, and you can see how that works. Here, there's every single one has a red ribbon inside it, and it's the special edition is covered in leather. I have to tell you, working with Ajamu, which I do frequently now, never show him any material that is expensive, because he will always want it. And it's true. And we added in things into the book like takeaways. And as I said, this is Ajamu again at the end with a diamond pawn star. And you can see the carefully positioned glassine envelope here. So we had these with printed bookmarks inside. So the book contained many different objects. So to kind of close our conversation, and then we'll have a more of a general discussion. Spit and Spider is a way for us to bring together the mutual love that we have for the language of images, the language of text, for the materiality of the book, for the non-representational logics of presenting images. That is to say, that moves outside the sociological and historical framing, and a way for us to work together and work closely with other people who are interested in these same ideas. So we're closing with another beautiful piece of work from Ingrid, this beautiful wallpaper, an earlier version than the one that you see in the gallery. And we just want to say thank you for listening to us. And I think that we now have time for questions, and I certainly have a couple for Ajamu. So I'm going to close these. I'm going to stop sharing, if that's okay. Yeah, Ajamu, shall I stop sharing?
Yes.
And I think that means I'm going to end up on screen, right? So I'm going to kick off quickly with a question for you, Ajamu, because I'm dying to ask it of you, okay? And we sort of discussed this the other day. Ajamu and I have many conversations very early in the morning at around 8 a.m. And we have these mad Zoom calls.
Morning glory, as we call it.
We call them morning glory, which is hilarious. And the question that I always want to ask, because I badger Ajamu a little bit about this, is what is the political purpose of sensuality? I asked him yesterday whether he just wanted to bring his own concerns about the sensual to the table, or whether he thinks it actually does have a meaning and a purpose, this kind of heavy kind of, emphasis on the sensual, the material, the darkroom, all the rest of it.
Right, so there is a quote by Bell Hooks about that we cannot have social justice without pleasure and joy, and I'm a host of other kinds of passions. So then, once again, I think that actually lots of our politics, I'm going to make a grand statement, I think that lots of our politics, including black and queer politics, is based around what is done to black bodies, and we should have those conversations and never lose sight of the conversations. And also, for me, it's about what is it that we want to be done with and through our own black bodies as well. And so basically, that's a shift for me isn't around actually how else are we in the world without always going towards that social cultural framework. So basically, I think that actually a lot of our thinking takes us away from our material body. And we talk about the political body, we talk about the social body, but not always about the material body, flesh, skin, porousness, sweat, dirt, mess, the other ways that we are in the world. So actually, I'm saying that the sensuality has got to be part of that conversation. If not, a lot of the interest in politics for me feels kind of frigid. And so basically, I think that we need to kind of bring in sensuousness and playfulness and there's other ways that we are in the world as well. So actually, it is not a binary framework, it's saying as well or running alongside. Yeah, so actually, I think too often there is a reluctance to talk about sensuousness and pleasure and joy and erotic and process linked to pleasure and erotic and the body. So then that's why I think it's political.
Got it. Got it.
You got it, love?
Hey, do you want? Yeah, got it. Well, yeah, we've had that conversation before. Do you want to ask me a question and then we can open it up to the audience? Look at me chairing. I'm just a natural chair. I can't help myself. I think we have a chair, but I'm afraid I'm just a sort of almost semi-professional chair at this point.
It's called bossiness, but
there you go.
Anyway. Yes, so basically, it's a simple question as always, Sheena. Why does sensuousness matter in relation to artistic process?
Artistic process? What do you mean by artistic process?
The way that people make work or think about work. Sensuous knowledges.
I can tell you why it matters to me, because I need to touch and feel things and have them be present to me. It's not that I'm averse to screen-based work. I think it has its place, of course, and I'm certainly not a Luddite running around smashing the computers. But I just think that there is something which is so resonant, you know, with the human body and the human touch and the human, you know, the human experience that I'm still fascinated to explore. And I think process, I mean, I showed you, for example, my rather strange little sketches in my sketchbook and, well, my kind of everyday notebook, which is like a John Locke commonplace book from the 1600s. You put everything in it, literally everything in the kitchen sink. So in a way, I think for me, I'm just going to answer that very personally. Artistic process, it's about being vulnerable and not being afraid to show how sort of a little bit kind of strange your process is sometimes, you know, it's just, you know, this is how I think. The final object is the thing itself, and that's fine. But the way you get there, and that's what I wanted to say about working with you and working with Ingrid in particular, the way of getting there is so much more important to me than the final thing itself. I don't mean that in any way disrespectfully to the book at all, but it's absolutely about the process for me, about the collaboration, about the learning, and about the being inside it. Yeah.
Thank you, lovely.
So we could open up to the question.
Yes.
I think we have a Q&A moderator, so I'm going to stop sharing my own talk. Sorry. Can't hear anything. Do we have questions in the room?
Thank you very much. A huge amount to think about in both those presentations. Can I give a question to each of you?
Please. Is that Anthony? Is that Anthony I hear?
Yes, that's Anthony.
Hi,
Ajuma, you mentioned those.
Hi.
Ajuma, you mentioned those magic words "darkroom," which I suspect would not be understood by anybody under the age of 40. So, how does that sensuality of process change in an era that's now totally digital? That's one question for you. You can think about the answer. Sheena, please don't take the opening comment wrongly, but one of the great principles of design is to be completely invisible. It doesn't draw attention. Great design doesn't draw any attention to itself. It just works. So is it possible to reconcile the need to produce something beautiful, which certainly you've shown us that you went through, with the need for you to be completely invisible at the end of it?
I'm going to jump right in, Ajamu, because I can tell you thinking about that question. My job is not to scream about the design. I'm not interested in that at all. The only thing I care about is making other people happy, and presenting their work in a way which feels right for them. That sounds very self-effacing. It doesn't mean to say that I don't take pride in the actual work that I do, or that I don't care about it. I do very much. But I think your point is really important. I'm also a teacher. and I teach a lot of students, you know, across design and art in various places, at the Royal College today. And there is a great emphasis on being present, being a designer who's present with a design aesthetic. And that has changed. It is partly a generational thing. In my generation, your job was to facilitate the work of others, not to have a design which you know, overwhelmed. If what you noticed first and foremost is the design, then I absolutely have not done my job. If you see Ingrid's work or Ajamu's work first, and then you become aware that there are some design decisions going on, I'm happy, but it should not be the primary thing. Ajamu, what's your answer?
So your question was around some folks under 40 I've never been or seen a dark room. It's because we're in this digital moment. Well, I think that it's a romantic idea that analog is dead. Basically, and they said that 100 odd years ago, painting is dead at the birth of photography. Photography is still here. And so now they're saying it with digital. And so actually, it depends on kind of where you are in relation to digital or analog. And so actually, I think that the beauty of this moment around the digital is that I think that also people have also gone back to really question photography in terms of its materiality. And that's because I think that people then have gone back to wanting to deal with touch and texture and tactility. And so actually, and that's not just film, and we've seen it in vinyl as well, and we've seen it in books. And so actually, I think that these things kind of exist side by side in all kinds of ways. And so once again, I don't think that it's dead as such. I think it's kind of alive and kicking. Because basically, I think that people still want to touch and feel and then get into that stuff that I'm kind of passionate about, that sensuousness of working with these things. And so once again, I think that digital will be asking other questions around it. But my thing is that I need to touch this thing.
Yeah.
Like a kiss. I cannot kiss a screen, I need to kiss a real person. So then once again, it's that same thing.
Yeah.
It's that.
I'd said to Ajamu, I was really annoyed I couldn't get there because I just wanted to give him a big kiss on the lips on stage because I love him to bits, you know, because I really am so huggy with him. I'm so used to him being sort of like having, I've seen him online a lot, but every time I see him, I grab him like I'm never going to see him again. It's quite hilarious. But the thing is that I did say, Anthony, to Ajamu, that if we do Spit and Spider, which is a kind of experiment, a speculation really, to see whether people are interested in this kind of idea of a kind of like a press that deals with, you know, queer and, you know, and different, you know, different kinds of subject matter, you know, but I, you know, I said, I will never produce an online book. I will never produce an ebook. And I said, I'm adamant about that. There will be no digital versions on Spit and Spider. I think that should be the subline.
That's very loud and clear. Thank you very much, Sheena and Ajamu.
I'm a radical materialist when it comes to books, yeah.
And me as well, in terms of the dark room and photography as well.
Yeah. Any other questions, Anthony, from the room? I can't see
we could listen to you for forever. What a
Oh, we gotta move
heartwarming
on.
and inspiring session. Talk of love and beauty and pleasure has been fantastic. So thank you very much. Really appreciate that. And just to say, we've got a 5-minute comfort break now, so please do come back to us as soon as you can. There'll be drinks available after the next session, but hopefully Jackie and Ingrid can now get mic'd up and we'll be ready in 5 minutes.
Thank you, lovely Sheena.
Thank you very much, Sheena.
I'm going to come back for thank you so much.
Thank you, lovely.
I'm going to come back for, you're not kicking me out just yet. You can put me on a small screen, but I'm going to come back for Ingrid's talk, for the talk with Ingrid and Jackie. Okay.
Thank you.
Let's start. Shall I start?
Yes.
That's a good place to start. Hello, everybody. Hello. Try saying it back in a Scottish accent. Hello. That's quite good. How you doing? My name's Jackie Kay, and I'm really delighted to be here with my old friend, Ingrid Pollard. Old in terms of that we've known each other for a very long time. Not in terms of actual age, because actual age, as we've been thinking about really, and when we think about photographs and we think about life, is nothing. Our life goes by at the strangest of speed, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes in slow motion, depending on whether we're having an accident or not. And it's amazing because Ingrid, I've known since I was 18. We first met. We first met at OAD, Organisation of Women of African and Asian Descent conference, and that was so exciting.
It was.
And ever since then, I've been fascinated by your work, Ingrid, and the way that you see the world. And today's been a whole day celebrating and looking at your work in detail, which you're not necessarily that comfortable with.
No. No. So it's good to be here to chat with you and look at photos and talk about things. Because we've known each other that long, with any photographer, your relationship is well documented. Certainly in the early days of analog photography, now everybody's got a camera, but those things just happen. You know, it's holidays in your home, demonstrations. So I guess that's what we're talking about, being children of people who are politically active, and our activism is slightly different. So it was just some of those photos of demonstrations that are the other side of the work that's downstairs, and a range of different kind of demonstrations over all the times that I've known you. Okay. So that's what the pictures are about, to a certain extent, the other side of the activism that's downstairs, and how we've worked together through lots of different ways, and that's been documented through photography. So,
exactly.
Yes.
So what was the first photograph that you took, or what was the first photograph of you in a protest that was taken?
I can't remember. I think it's Gay Pride or Reclaim the Night, something like that.
Yeah. And do you remember that sort of feeling of being on a demo, that kind of intense?
Oh, sometimes the joyousness of it. I remember going to New York Gay Pride, which was very different to the London one, and people just looked so happy to see you, and people were beaming, and the banks of photographers at the end of the road, they were just all smiling, and it was just kind of amazing. You know, it's a sense of joyousness, and that happens sometimes when you're all marching together through London and it's raining and you're shouting at something. There's something about being together in that group, whether then, you know, you get kettled by the police or other people shout. There is something about mass and being together.
Exactly, and there's something about, I suppose, seeing an image, because often, often we think things on our own and we live our lives in isolation a lot of the times, and demonstrations are one of the ways in which we actually find ourselves coming together with like-minded people, collected under the one banner, and or several different banners depending on how long you protest for and over what span of life and how often you change your mind about things. But it's a really fascinating thing. My mum and dad took me out on a demonstration really as soon as they adopted me. So I think I was at a demo at 5 months, which was against Polaris and against nuclear weapons. And there was these songs that went with the demos that they kept on singing. You know, Och, och, get out the Holy Loch. And my mum used to be obsessed with the Holy Loch being called the Holy Loch, that you would put missiles and, cruise missile ships on this beautiful landscape. And when I was going around your exhibition just now, and when I've looked at your work all of the time, I've been really fascinated by the juxtapositions that you have with landscape, that, the land is the land and it tells its story, or it tells a story of time, but there's also a new story or a juxtaposed story that you tell through your work.
Yeah, I guess, being brought up in England, that relationship that England has to relationship, and it being a demonstration of what it is to be English, and somehow I'm always sort of butting up against that and wanting to present a different side of that particular story, whether it's through photography or music or interviewing people. So always up against it, but then also want to bring out the sensuousness that Ajamu was, and the sort of pleasure of just being out walking. But the fact that I might butt up against someone who says something to him, which she's not welcoming. It's never a reason not to go again. Just something very basic, like I pay my tax, so I have a right to walk here, so like get over it. So,
Yeah, absolutely. And these photographs that you have downstairs, some of them of black people in rural landscape, when they first came out, they were so striking. I mean, they still are very striking, but it's extraordinary how unused we are to seeing people in different ways, and how black people have mainly been seen in cities. That we've got lots and lots of different photographs of black people in cities, but not black people in rural landscape. And it's something that people are becoming more and more preoccupied with, of the idea that we own the land, and that we should take to the land, and that we should be visible in the land. But you've been there all along, being very visible.
Yeah, that's right. But now I see something like the National Trust, they're using black people in their adverts, a range of black people, and there's same gender partnerships going on within those adverts as well. So something's changed. I don't know if it's just a clever marketing ploy to get other people coming in, but and you have Black Girls Hike. There's a whole range of organisations now that are using that relationship, taking black people out of the urban area. But I think back to where my parents came from, and those Valentine pictures downstairs of Jamaica in the 1890s, and it's completely full of people of colour there. So, and I think when my parents came from, it was very green. It was in the capital in Georgetown, but it's a very green area. There's cows walking down the street last time I was there, but it's the capital. So there's a disjointedness going on that when you land here in this metropolis, you're only seen in Birmingham, London, all those particular places, but it's not quite right. But there's always been a number of people of colour involved in rural activities in England. Anyway, so we've kind of known that.
Yeah.
Well, I've known that all along. So one image of a black person stands in for 10 in my head always. We just haven't. I think when you write into the BBC, they take your one complaint, speaking for 10 people. So I'm using that BBC example.
I think that's a good analogy. Can you tell us about this picture?
Oh, there's lots of people, both you and I know. So that's the clause 27, 28, trying to, I think it was outlawing representations of same-gender families and gay people in education, I think that was. So that was a very joyous demonstration for me, particularly this one. Because I know a lot of the people in the photographs, as well as representing the activity that's going on. And then there's some of these, the one that's coming after, which is a later time. I don't know if people remember the Newham 8, who were, when it was in the National Front, was very active in the East End, and they were attacking black people, and pubs were refusing people to come in. And then when the Asian population got attacked, then the police would come and arrest them rather than the National Front. And people were actually getting killed. There's Eunice Price, he was killed. So, I mean, we know that thing is still going on. But so some of those particular violent stories, those where people came out and had peaceful demonstrations outside the pubs and outside the police stations, but then they also erupted into other areas. So you can take down some of these as your homework, investigate some of those ideas which we've forgotten about now, as well as...
There's Audrey Lord, Olivette, Shyla, me with my head down.
Laugh.
Yeah. And what do you see that your job as a photographer is to be a chronicler, to tell the stories, and do people sort of become to you kind of partly themselves and part character, because some of the image, some of the way of looking at them you've seen, if you see what I mean, in the way that when you're writing a character you make them up. Do you feel like that when you're photographing, when you're taking photographs of people?
Yeah, I think it's because I had a training in film and video. I'm very directional for people. No smiling, stand that way, over there, put your hands in, wear this particular thing. No, I'm very controlling about it all. So demonstrations and things, holiday type images are slightly different. But usually
stuff for exhibition or for a project, I'm very directional about it because it makes me feel quite safer. So I'm just that type of photographer. Because it's like starting off with a theatre space. There's nothing in it apart from that box. And then I place everything quite particularly, as much as you can control being out in an ambient spot. It is about placing this, taking out too much extraneous ideas that people might pick up on. I want people to come with their life experience and engage with it. But there's a lot of surplus things get in the way.
Yeah, because it's interesting, isn't it? Because anyway, you know, you're taking a photograph of somebody, like the discussion earlier. The photographer's not in the picture, but your way of seeing is very much in the picture, and your way of constructing and what you want to be there and what you don't want to be there. So as you join, you know, when you look at a photograph of anybody that you've taken, you're seeing them, but you're also seeing you in a sense. You're seeing your vision of you, which is something that we often just think about photographers as being invisible, but actually, you know, they're not really invisible at all. They're very much there. There's no such thing as a kind of blank eye.
No, I mean, some of those works downstairs that, by the use of Photoshop, it's very deliberately. You see some of the photographs being altered, and I've brought out who I want people to really engage with, and some of them, others are, they're slightly behind in a different kind of way, especially if it's an archive image where perhaps a colonial eye has constructed a particular view. It's just altering that, so you look at it again, you look at the people who are on the edges, the escapees who are not meant to be in their eye, but they've placed themselves there to look at what's going on. So, you know, I don't want it to seem like it's just somehow happened. There's always a photographer framing it, a photographer choosing what to leave in and take out. It has to be uppermost.
Yeah, and because you often, when you see a photograph, you think about the moment, you know, just after, or the moment just before, and the moment before or after could be, you know, 10 minutes, 10 years before, 10 minutes, 10 years after, and the photograph just exists in that particular moment in time. So when I was downstairs looking at these children, these life-size children, and the first of them that you see is my son, I hadn't realised that you should put that one particularly in the exhibition. So it was like, oh, there's my boy! It's quite exciting, you know, because there he is, and you know now he's 6'1" and 33 and kind of making films himself, and you know, and we've got all these photographs in our kind of collection of him sitting on your knee with adjusting the camera lens, and so it's really it's an interesting combination.
Yeah, and then they're opposite the adults, and some of the adults are like aunts and uncles and or grandparents of the people opposite them. So there's that kind of dialogue that I know about, and then people who visit who know their son's there, or they might recognise some other people, or Ajamu sees himself in another life and everything. So, yeah, so those connections which are, you know, underneath, unless I talk about them, I like the fact that there's a richness for other people like you who know those people, and there's a richness if you look at those, and Pratibha, and other people, Manika's in those pictures. So there's an extra richness if you understand or you recognise people in them, for me anyway.
If you, I mean, because your life, in a sense, and the life of people that you've known and cared about, and the life of complete strangers, you have a record really of all these lives, and you have a different way of looking at time through your art and through your talent. And it's interesting. I mean, it's like for people who, for instance, keep diaries or journals, or who keep documents of meals that they've cooked, or any kind of record, you have a different way of actually going back through time. And does sometimes that ever feel overwhelming to you, you know, the amount of it? Do you ever think that, you know, that you've got all of these different photographs and all of this different work in different places, how to organise it all? No. It doesn't bamboozle you?
No, it's lovely.
You just love it. You love to have it.
Yeah, because I think in Paul's essay in the catalogue, in the first chapter, he talks about Veron, his partner, photographing the Black People's Day of Action after New Cross fire. And in there, I'm in one of the little people demonstrating, and she didn't know until I looked at the book and thought, oh, there's me.
Wow.
And I was there with a girlfriend at the time, and then behind me there's Brenda Agard and some other people, and she wouldn't know until I drew it to her attention. She didn't even recognise me. So I've always wanted to see that, me in a demonstration taken by someone else. So that's kind of amazing.
Because it was interesting when I went to the exhibition that you did at Glasgow Women's Library, and there's these little speakers with the voices of, say, Femi coming out, and you're asking them what they remembered of the photograph, or what they remembered of the day it was taken, and often you were saying that they didn't necessarily remember what you thought they might remember.
Either.
I didn't either. No.
Yeah, that often happens. I mean, it happens in me. It was like 40 years ago. So at Glasgow Women's Library, in their archive, they had photographs, and I found the photograph. Oh, I know that person. I'll ask them, and they don't remember. And you didn't remember either. The opening of Camden Women's Centre, you opened it.
No, I didn't remember opening the Camden Women's Centre.
So, I mean, it's kind of fascinating, and there's some that I don't remember either. So, but then, 80% of them did remember, so they could recall the story, and it opens up that single image. You see them now, and you see them in the photograph.
And what's it like now to be Turner shortlisted? Nice how I got to that, don't you think? Subtle. Because, here you are, and here, the likes of me and lots of people in this room have been celebrating your work for years and have loved your work for years. And now you're getting this particular kind of recognition. Does it make any difference to you in a way or not?
At the moment, because I'm not particularly doing a lot towards it, but recognition, and it's really good for photography, because photography doesn't get too much of a look in terms of the Turner Prize. So I'm very pleased about that. And to a certain extent, people of colour they do get recognition, but there's a kind of wind or energy behind that in terms of the art world. But steady, I'm just a steady ship. That will happen. There's certain things I have control over, which is the exhibition, but the other stuff I don't have control over, so I don't think about it. I look forward to the dinner and who's on my table, and
these are the important things.
That's right.
Outfit, what to wear.
Yeah, but it's very pleasurable, and I like people congratulating you. Still, that doesn't get tired. And I control the bits I control, and the rest of it. Oh,
yeah. And when you first came out as a young lesbian on the block, and there weren't that many other black lesbians around, and what was that like for you, going back to the 70s? You were saying that you wanted to talk about that in a way, because in a sense, our lives have been a process of becoming visible, although we've always been visible to ourselves. In some ways, if you're not visible to other people, you're partly always in shadow, or you're partly always half visible. And so that's quite an interesting thing, isn't it? That's why I'm asking it at the same time as asking the question about Turner, because it's about really visibility and coming into being visible in a different kind of way.
Yeah, and there's always a number of comings out anyway. You continue to come out, until my dying day, I think. So, I mean, yes, it was sort of traumatic, it was ordinary, it was loving and full of desire and passion. And it's difficult. Well, yeah, there was a number of comings out, OAD conference, and the lesbian breakaway group, and then we came back, and then we were... so kind of number of comings out, and coming out to students in a particular way that I teach, that I might see, okay, this person's a bit nervous, and we both know we're queer, and how we do negotiate that, and they don't want to talk about it, and that's fine, and I'll do what I do. So it's like not like being a role model, it's like being someone who just discloses it now. I've deliberately chosen to disclose it, to talk about particular issues. To disclose it is better than trying to keep it in. It's just less exhausting. But it's a series of comings out.
But you remember the process of keeping it in as well, these years of being silent?
Yeah, and loving particular women who are emotionally unavailable. That's was problematic.
That's interesting.
Straight women who come across them, they can't help it. It's not their fault.
Yeah, I remember one time in the art class, actually, of all classes, you know, there I was drawing a kind of innocent still life of an apple and a banana or something, and the class bully piped up, and I was 16, and she went, Miss, Jackie's a lady. And the art teacher, to my huge surprise, turned round and went, well, are you, Jacqueline? Are you a lesbian? And I said, I don't know, I really don't know, because I really didn't quite know. But it was quite an interesting thing. I never knew what that art teacher was, you know, what her game was, really. To ask the question, was it solidarity? Was it support? Was it, you know, it was always kind of fascinating to me.
Well, I remember when Dusty Springfield, it was like almost out she was lesbian and not, and it was in the newspaper, and I remember sticking up for her in the class, and it doesn't matter, she's a good singer, it doesn't matter, and feeling kind of quite exposed about it. So I'd be only like 14 or something. I did write to her then, and I got a letter, a photograph back.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
So that was really good. That was really good.
That's fantastic. You got a letter back.
I got a signed, of course.
Oh, wow. So that'll be amongst the things.
That's right, the
things
things
that you gather through the course of their life and tell the story of an interesting life. I remember actually when I first told my mum I was about the same age, 16 or 17, and I wasn't quite brave enough to say to her, you know, that I am or was. So I just said, how would you feel if I were to tell you that I was a lesbian? A lot of conditional. And she answered in the conditional and she said, I would be very upset. And I said, why? And she said, because you'd be becoming somebody I don't know or understand. You wouldn't be Jackie anymore. And that was really interesting to me, the idea that you somehow wouldn't be yourself. And then years later, she completely changed, you know, and I remember her coming to this reading that I did at York's Lesbian Art Festival, and she got back to Glasgow and she told the neighbour across the road, who was slightly homophobic, but we kind of loved her anyway, and she said, Isabel, it was my 76th birthday and 1,500 lesbians sang me happy birthday. And then she said, top that, Isabel. And Isabel said, you're all right, Helen, you're on your own with that one. And I just thought of the ways that life kind of tells these stories, you know, the photograph. And I remember you coming to my house in Glasgow when you were, you know, 20, 21. Oh. And there was, do you remember that? And there was,
I've been there a number of times.
A number of times, but the first time was with Lisa Jones, that wrote the... She was there.
Your house or your parents' house?
My parents' house in Glasgow, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, Lisa Jones, of course.
Yeah.
Ah, there's a tale.
I know. Tales to tell. Some tales to tell. Some tales to tell that are told. But I was interested in the earlier discussion to go from identity to the dark room, with the notion that you take yourself into the dark room, and you take whatever it is that you're wearing and the sounds that you hear, and that you experience the dark room, as Ajamu was talking about, as a sensuous place, as somewhere that makes magic happen. You know, a kind of a chemical processing, but also another kind of an organic processing, a processing of yourself. So I'm interested just to hear you talk a little bit about the dark room.
Yes, it's very sensuous in there in lots of ways. Sometimes it gets a bit hot and fetid. You know, if you're in the kitchen. Or fetid, yeah, just to keep warm and things. And that, you know, there's always that moment that's endlessly shown in films where you put the piece of paper in and you're waiting for it to come up, for it all, for the image to come through. There is a, I don't want to say orgasmic moment, there is a moment of heightened something or other as it comes through, and then getting out quickly. So, and there's music you play, and if I used to print through the night when I was at home, because, you know, once I moved out, because everyone's gone to bed, so I have a space to myself and can drag it out. But it is, these are very sensual, and you're using your hands and the way you dress and what I used to listen to the World Service through the night, which is not particularly sensual, but you know, when
essential, though.
You know, when you use public ones, then I'd have earphones in and music. And one time I had Rory Block on, and it was obviously a bit loud because the guy was saying how much he liked Rory Block as well, and I was like, what? And it's like, and eventually just like, so it's the music and the touch and the heat, and how many clothes I've ruined with fix down my trousers. But yeah, it is a very sensual experience. And that particular smell of fix that you go home if you're being careless, it's on your hands. Not very romantic. But.
And the printing too is part of a process. Because I remember when I first lived in London with you, you were working at Lenthal Road.
Lenthal Road, yeah.
And these, that image of Shyla and who is it that she's with again? Femi, that's right. Shyla and Femi comes from that. It's really a kind of iconic image now because it sort of tells a story of our time in that way. So when I see that image, it takes me straight back to Lenthal Road and Dalston and the London of that particular time, which was quite fraught with all sorts of racial and different difficulties.
And it's just trying to make or find a place where you can be. So there was Sheba Publishers down the road who were publishing Audre Lorde, the Theatre of Black Women down the road. David A. Bailey was coming in. There were loads of people coming in. Claudette Johnson was working there as well. So you kind of find these particular enclaves or something. So it's not, I'm going to look for my exhibition in some public thing. It's, you make a space of your own, with your comrades, and you go out together on the demonstration, or you do Reclaim the Night or something. So it's just finding alternative, liminal spaces, for want of a better word. Yeah.
And do you remember when you were a kid yourself and you had a chance to create an image of something, either by drawing or photographs or printing? Do you remember the kind of discovery of that?
Yeah, I do remember, just the last little thing I'm going to say. On Saturday nights, I used to set up a still life in my bedroom, and then draw it, and that was my thing, and listen to the play on Radio 4. And I was thinking, this is a very strange thing. When I think back when I was 16, rather than people going out, I was setting up a still life to draw and listen to Radio 4.
Peculiar. Wonderful.
So
but that's Ingrid for us. That tells us that gives us a sense of her, of you as a teenager. That's how you were spending your Saturday night, and that we're really grateful to you because you've spent your life giving to your work and given us all here a huge amount in the process. So I would like to thank you. I think you'd like to thank her too, and thank you, Ingrid.
Okay, so now we've got the pleasure of having a reading from Jackie.
Yeah. Yes.
I did it for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, you're going.
Is that all right?
Yes. I thought I'd read this poem first of all. I think I'll stand up now just for a bit of variety. I thought I'd read this poem first of all because it's called A Life in Protest, and I wrote it in response to Ingrid's work that is on at the Glasgow Women's Library. And I was thinking about how our lives are punctuated, if you like, by protest, by things that we believe in, by things that have happened to us that we don't believe in. And so I was thinking about, oh, sorry, you need to change me. Yeah, sorry. I'll sit back down again, actually. I can sit back down if you prefer. Okay.
There we go.
Okay. Yes. Great. Yes, so I think that's all I need to explain to you. I told you at the beginning of it, the protest that happens in Scotland. And I was thinking about how when people grow older, they're not necessarily able to get out onto the streets and demonstrate and march if people become housebound, but they still can protest. So there's an image right at the very end of this poem of my mum still protesting. So this poem's a good 7 minutes long, I give you warning, and I'm going to read for about, I think 15 minutes now, because we want to close at 6, do you? Yeah, so I'll read for about 15 minutes altogether. A Life in Protest. Straight from Elsie Ingalls, more or less, onto a demo, 5 months. Och, get out the holy loch. Fancy putting submarines on the holy loch, for we didn't want Polaris. My brand new mum carrying wee me, my brother in a pram, pushed by Hugh McDermott, blackberry on, bead eyes, lined face, but greet and in your tears you'll droon the Hail Clan Jamfrey. 1974, when Madam Allende comes to Glasgow after Pinochet's coup and Allende's murder, we learn venceremos, raise our fists, venceremos, venceremos, mil adendas habrá que romper. Hasn't Madam Allende got beautiful hair? My mum says. Isn't Madam Allende inti tinti? At 17, you learned the truth and took to the streets umpteenth time, back to the night, candlelit processions, because the night belongs to women, blazing, banging saucepans, tins. Why should we stay in? Make men stay in. Why should the Yorkshire Ripper rule our lives? Fear in the night air, the moon cleaved by a butcher's knife, the stars jagged in the sky's dark bed. 1984, marching with pride through London, lesbians and gay men dressed to the nines, me with my double-headed axe, yes, my denim dungarees, bless, my pink triangle badge, my red kickers, don't mess with me. Sing if you're glad to be gay, sing if you're happy that way. Watching people, watching us, out in the streets, staring, shouting, peering into the depths of us, like we were barely human. Strange new creatures, many-feathered, flamboyant. What do I remember, Ingrid? I remember staying with Sheila Shah in South London. I remember coming down from Glasgow and everything being different. I remember the first OAD, like a first kiss, the first BLG, the euphoria, the faces I'd been missing my whole life. Olivette, Mo, George, Carmen, Gloria, Gail, Liliane, Hansa, Adjua, Femi, Bernie, Claudette, Vadney, Grace, change your life meetings at a woman's place. Or singing and dancing in that house in Brixton, Police and Thieves, Junior Marvin, Shaka Khan's I'm Every Woman, grinding and whacking, heads thrown back, we are family, we are family. I got all my sisters with me, tossing the dreads, locked smiles on our black and brown faces. I remember wearing an afro like Angela Davis, or joining the women at Greenham Common, peering into their made-up lives, their tents and woolly jumpers and camp cookers, tin mugs of tea, their sparky fence-cutting defiance and campfire peace songs. Woman Tiger, Woman Love, help to save the world we love, velvet fist and iron glove, bring the message home. And the summer before last, nearly 60, I joined the protests, masked, in my local park, and we took the knee next to the beach and the ash for a full 9 minutes for George Floyd and the rest, and we were silent, just the breath of trees, in and out and in and out, on our bended knees. I remember my mother, my father, marching to free Nelson Mandela, and Matthew, too, in his pushchair, raising his tiny fist, and everyone singing the specials, Free Nelson Mandela, I'm begging you, the black and white anti-apartheid banners, which some pronounced apartheid and others pronounced apartheid. And much later in the lived life, my mother, my father, back at George Square under the Green Party banner, my dad with his silvery infirmary issued stick, my mum with her William Morris groovy one, singing Give Peace a Chance at 78 and 73 in 2003. Not in my name banners, stop the war in Iraq. I'll not stop till I drop, my mother used to say, singing Paul Robeson's Joe Hill, or suddenly, randomly, on a clear May day, there is a balm in Gilead to make the wounded whole. There is a balm in Gilead to heal the sin-sick soul. Later still, Housebound with Suzanne at her side, my mum relaxed in her lift your feet up turquoise armchair, a revolutionary in red dressing gown, her I may be old but I voted Remain badge on, a gift from Frankie, her wide-width red slippers on. Let me go away from the Mississippi, Suzanne roars. Mum joins in. Sure thing, she says. Sure thing. A call in response, sister. You tell it, sister. As next door's high fence blows down in the winds, as city seagulls swoop for stale scones, as winter rains flood the back garden, as the weeping willow weeps along. Your willow, oh willow, when the sun goes down, across a lifetime. You and me, we sweat and strain, body all aching. Sure thing, I'm tired of living, but scared of dying, 'cause old man River, he just keeps rolling, he just keeps rolling. Sure thing, sure thing, sure thing. Yeah, that's me. Bang on 6 o'clock. I'm going to shut myself up now. Thanks very much. I think Ingrid should come back and say a few final something or other, shouldn't you?
Well,
We'll
what can we say? Thank you for a great day and everybody coming for a great day, and the papers that were presented and lunch, and for all you for you all being here, all of you. So that's about it.
And I'm really sorry I missed some of the day. I had to come from Newcastle. I would have loved to have been at the whole day. I didn't just arrogantly come for my own thing. I had to do another gig somewhere. we poets like call readings gigs, you know. It's really sad and pathetic just to pretend we're pop stars. We say, done any good gigs recently? Yes, Milton Keynes Central Library. Milton Keynes Art Gallery. And here we are, yeah. Anyway, congratulations, Milton Keynes Art Gallery, for having this wonderful exhibition and for having my wonderful friend. Well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you. What an incredible privilege that was. Thanks, I'll echo Ingrid's thanks to all of you for being here today. I hope you've enjoyed the day, and to say that the exhibition is open until 7:30, so you do have time to go back in there. We're also serving drinks in the cafe, so it'll be good to carry on the conversations down there. Thanks to the tech team, done a brilliant job as ever, and thank you to all of you.